Oh man, that started fast. Faster than expected. Normally, it takes a minute. So, we should be starting up. Let me find a link to the stream so that I can actually send this out. Why don't you ever give me a link? There's the link. Okay, thank you, YouTube. According to YouTube, we just went live, which I don't know how true that is. Maybe I had to get through the gatekeeping. Hold on, you said Biden? Is this a pro Biden stream? We gotta figure that out before we let you say something on YouTube.com. What are you gonna say, Louis? It's like, I'm here to tell you how much I love Biden. How much? Oh, actually, forget about Biden. I can't wait for President Harris. That's what I'm here to tell you guys today. Is forget about old man, white man Biden. I'm talking about, post-white majority America. That's my goal. That's what I'm waiting for, and waiting for President Kamala Harris, who is about as American as Labatt Blue and Tim Hortons. Because that's the thing that I'll never get over is like, in many ways, Kamala Harris is like the perfect president for our opponents because she is a foreigner. Like, she didn't grow up here. She grew up in Canada. I think even French Canada. And, like, she's from a foreign family. So she's like half of Mexico. Technically born in America, but, never really spent any time here before politics. That's when she's like, hey, I could cash in, and came back. So yeah, I had a bunch of people contact me about the election, and there are some things that I could talk about. At least I hope I'm able to talk about this election. It seems like a lot of people, thankfully, are still talking about it. It's really the majority that are sort of leaving this alone, and that includes the left. Despite all their celebrations, they're still combating the right. Like, they're still going after the right and trying to shut down any conversation of the election being anything other than done, which isn't true. But they want that to be the case because the faster they can get Trump out and Biden in, the faster that they can reclaim what they've lost, which is, in essence, the one part they don't control or they can't get to submit to them, which is currently the presidency because it's occupied by somebody who's not on board with them. They might have Jared Kushner in there representing their interests and doing an effective job at it, but Trump is still Trump, and he's not something that they can control, so he must be disposed of. So I have seen a lot of... I haven't listened to... I really should listen to... what's his name? Giuliani on Steven Crowder's show. He had him on, and they had like a long stream. It might be like 90% Steven Crowder doing stupid jokes, but I have to listen to that because I allegedly in that he sort of lays out the plan, like what his plan is, and it seems like right now the Trump plan is to go all in on Pennsylvania. That seems to me to be where they're putting their chips, is in Pennsylvania. They really want to flip Pennsylvania. And the issue is that while what's coming out in terms of at least what's being talked about, what's being said, there is a mechanism by which they could throw out hundreds of thousands of ballots, alleged votes for, our alleged new president. And that would be enough to tip the state in the other direction. The problem with that I see is that if you look at Michigan and if you look at Wisconsin, there is a lot there that tells me that you could very, very easily tip those states back. And the problem that I have is with Wisconsin. I hear almost nothing about it, and that was a damn close election. And if you look at what's going on there or what happened there, it suffers from the same thing. That there are hundreds of thousands, likely, at minimum tens of thousands of ballots that should not be counted, but they were. And I'm hoping that despite the difficulties that are going to come from having the challenge, just to close Ubisoft's thing here to save some CPU, despite the problems that come from challenging in all these different states, it's pretty much what you have to do. The stupid move is to bet everything on one state. And as corrupt as it seems, a state like Pennsylvania, I think it's a mistake to bet everything on that, because you don't ever want to put everything in one area where you can lose. It's better to challenge as much as you can than to, and that's difficult. That's very difficult. And it does increase the likelihood that everything gets knocked down together and you lose anyways. But I really don't think it's a good strategy to put everything on Pennsylvania when it is so obviously corrupt. I'm not from Pennsylvania. I'm close to it, relatively compared to plenty of other people. But I'm surprised at the depths that things have gone with it as a state, that it says to me, like, Pennsylvania is truly a blue state. Like, it is a New York, it is an Illinois, it is a California, because the machinery there is just controlled by the Democrats, and it's like navigating through that is just impossible. Like, you can have court orders mandating things, and then the people in charge just go, no. Like, that to me is a Democrat state, where the courts can side in your favor, and the machinery of the state just goes, yeah, we don't care. Like, that is fascism. Like, and I mean Italian-style fascism of this, the system says, no, like, this is how it should be. This is the process. This is the legal standard, and we're telling you this. And the fascists say, I don't care. We don't care. We're going to do it the way we want to do it. And if any of you listening to this know anything about, like, the Italian fascist movement, that is it to a T. Where it's like, yeah, we don't care. We don't care what you have to say. We don't care what the legal process says. We don't care about the process. We don't care. We're going to do what we want to do because we have the power. That matters. So that to me is a mistake. It's a mistake to bet everything on that kind of state. Because even if you continue to go up the chain, you're betting against a certain odds that are unfavorable to you no matter what. You could have the truth and evidence entirely on your side, but that already was the case. And I think that what Paul Joseph Watson said, and he just did a video on this, and it's a little bit too, with Paul Joseph Watson, I do like him. He's always, and I know this from people that know him personally, he's always kind of chomping on a black pill. And I don't think that it's currently the time to be that way. I don't think that, being always on the edge of being black-pilled is even accurate to reality. I don't think that it's accurate to be that way, and I'm not trying to accuse him of anything, but I'm just saying from what I know about him in a personal capacity, being that we've never met, never talked, anything, he has no idea who I am. I'm just a fan of his. He is too pessimistic. And maybe that just comes with the territory of being like a UK nationalist and staring down the abyss of that country. Basically, that tainting your view. So that taints your view in terms of the United States. And I don't think that you can be as black-pilled about the United States as you can be about the UK. I think that there is cause to be black-pilled or very pessimistic about the state of the UK, because it seems like all the machinery, the whole fucking system in the UK is just incredibly corrupt. Incredibly corrupt. But in the United States, I don't agree. You know, there's very good reason to be suspicious about the police in the United States, that like when they're told to stand down, and I said this in the election stream with Sargon, that when the police are told to stand down, they do. But if you go by the numbers with Trump, and that when he was claiming like all these police support me, all these LEOs, and that they support me, that is true by all accounts. The law enforcement members of this country do support Trump. And it is very likely because these people do have skin in the game. So I think that people on our side of things are too willing to look at, oh, the unions are endorsing Biden. Oh, the so-and-so, police chief is on the side of the protesters. That doesn't translate to the officers walking the beat, and even their direct superiors, that they're on board with all of this, that they will always follow orders. If you say that the police aren't necessarily on our side, so to say, that is true, but I don't think that you can say that the police in the United States are partisan. I don't think that that's true. And even because they vote for Trump, that doesn't make them like on board with the Trump movement, and they're gonna, there are foot soldiers, any shit like that. Like, that's not true. But it is to say that they're not owned, they're not controlled, and I think you can say that about UK police. I do think you can say that about UK police, whether it's in London or outside London. They are controlled. They are owned. They are the foot soldiers of the machinery and of the agenda of that nation. So I think there is reason to be black-pilled about the UK. But in the United States, I don't see that. I don't see that reflected in the very black-pill doomer rhetoric. I don't see that reflected. So, in regards to the United States, with Paul Joseph Watson, him saying, this was his statement on the election, that Trump is he's had the victory stolen from him, according to Paul, and he's going to the system itself, again, asking for the victory back. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what he's arguing. I understand that perspective and what he's in fact arguing with that, and I think it's reasonable, but I don't think that it is as true as he thinks it is, in that there is no real recourse to what has occurred. I don't agree with that. I don't think that it is as done as the left are saying it is. I think that what shows that to be true, that it isn't over, is their continuous reflexive demands for the flag on the right to be dropped. That is what they're demanding. They're demanding basically submission, but for all intents and purposes, drop your flag. Drop your flag. Let go. Give up. Accept defeat. Drop your flag. They wouldn't be continuing to demand that if there wasn't a chance that we could win. They wouldn't need to do it if they knew victory was already done with, that the war is over effectively and they won. They wouldn't be continuing to fight it if this was actually defeat. So, I would say to those of you listening to this, because I know people that follow me who've been following what I've been saying on Twitter, and I've been continuously talking about this on Twitter. I've seen people say that I'm accepting defeat, or I'm saying it's over. People accusing me of being a leftist, being a shill for the left, telling the right to give up. I have in no way even implied that. I have in no way even implied that in what I've been saying post-election. The only thing that I've been saying post-election, and I haven't been saying this for days, but initially right after the election, what I said post-election was to basically scoop some dirt off the ground and throw it into the eyes of the people, in doing so in a way just to, say to them that I was right all along. Like, if you listen to the election stream, I was very, very cautious. Very, very cautious. Because all of this was going on in the background. Like, one of the people that called all of this was Darren Beattie, the people that surround him, Steve Bannon, and Nick Fuentes. They called all of this prior to this happening. And it's incredible. Like, if you go back and listen to segments of Darren Beattie, who was like a speechwriter for Trump, he went on Fox News and talked about this. He had it all done. Like, all of this was laid out for what was going to come, like what was going to happen. And the fact is that if it can be predicted, it doesn't mean that the plan is foolproof. There is no foolproof plan. And I that should not tell you that, oh, it's a foregone conclusion. The opposite is true. Just because the plan existed and it has been followed through on, doesn't mean that it's over with, that it's done. Because incompetence is always something that can be relied on. So, in regards to what's going to happen, it ultimately comes down to the case that Giuliani and all these people, it all depends on basically the lawsuit, generally, like all the lawsuits that were filed Monday, today, and that were planned last week and over the weekend, that the powers that be around Trump have basically been coming up with a game plan and strategizing what they're going to do and following through, allegedly. I've seen people posting the actual lawsuits on Twitter and stuff, like the documents, but I haven't really, gone through them because I'm not a legal expert. And any kind of lawsuit is, 80 pages of fucking minutia and legalese before you actually get down to the nitty gritty of what is actually being disputed. And unfortunately, I just, if this was still when I was studying law, maybe I would look through them and try to break them down and understand them. But I would never do that today because I would only embarrass myself with trying to understand exactly what they're arguing and what is just legalese filler. Because I imagine that as much confidence as Giuliani is, showing and like, oh, we're going to challenge hundreds of thousands of votes and all this, it doesn't mean that he actually has the legal platform to do that, to follow through with that. It doesn't mean that he could, but there's always rhetoric involved, and there's always posturing that isn't necessarily true. If you looked at the lawsuit with Sargon and what's-her-face, the black chick, a lot of what she argued was just posturing. That's all it was. It never had a hope in hell it going anywhere. Like a whole portions of her lawsuit was just posturing. And that's why she got blown out. And she still apparently owes Sargon $38,000 plus whatever that came with, I think she attempted a defamation suit as well that she lost, and that was over and done with as well. So that it could be a similar case where, Giuliani and the legal team for Trump is going to push certain things, but I don't know how much of that is just posturing for the sake of we are doing something, showing the Trump supporters who have to be extremely disillusioned and increasingly extremely disillusioned based on Republicans. And there was just a letter or a memo sent out earlier today of like some 30 elected Republican representatives that are allegedly calling on the president to resign or effectively resign, but basically accept a lame duck period and accept defeat. Okay, so concede to Biden, accept a lame duck status between now and January 20th, whatever it is, and it basically accept defeat. But that isn't that large a percent of elected Republicans, and all the unelected Republicans can crow, go on TV, and say all the shit they want to. A lot of those people are politically dead, and I don't mean after doing what they did, but I mean they're not running anymore. They're old. A lot of them are old. A lot of them are pundits. A lot of them are mediaites. Like they're just existing off of the fact that they were once elected Republicans, and that's their career at this point. And with those kind of people, they only matter insofar as they have usefulness around strategy or being pundits or being spokesmen or writing a column, that sort of thing. Like that's their utility that they have. They don't really do anything. Somebody like Obama is like the opposite. Obama is the behind-the-scenes guy that you can pull out to generate audience, that you can generate enthusiasm for what there is, and you can get media attention. But Obama's not out there writing columns and, offering think pieces and, that kind of deal. Like, he's not really a mediaite. He's just a retired president that's just going to, soirees with extremely rich leftists and, getting fat kickbacks for having been president. That's what Obama is. It's not the same utility, but there is utility. Whereas with Bush is that. Bush is the guy that is going to sign on and say, Trump should resign or accept lame duck status or, accept defeat. Because with Bush is part of the same agenda. He is on board with what he believes a Biden presidency would be. That's his utility, is he's part of the same game plan. He's part of the same team. So he's like, sure, I'll sign on. Sure, I'll tell President Trump to shut up or get off Twitter or accept defeat or concede or whatever. Don't pursue any lawsuits. Don't challenge the numbers, blah, blah, blah. Like, he doesn't really care. It's just rhetoric to him because he is, he had his 8 years, so he's done. And he's not writing columns. He's not doing this or that. He's just signing on to some memos. A member of the press goes to him, and he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. I want Biden to be president because we're part of the same team. No, I don't mean Jeb. No one's asking Jeb anything. I mean George Bush, the former president. So I guess I'm here to tell you that for the time being, don't accept defeat, and listen to what people have to say, even if you don't agree with them, because I do think that right now you are seeing people. People are saying expose themselves, but just tell you how they feel about things, give you a good idea of what their mindset is. And one of those people that I've been listening to, who I don't hate or anything else is Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin is, despite what people have to say about him, I don't think that he's a bad guy, but I do think increasingly, after listening to him, I've been listening to his daily, and I've been talking about him just because I've been listening to him. Dave Rubin has the mindset of a fucking loser. And I'm like, he just did a direct message, is what he calls them today, which is him just monologuing to a camera, where he goes into, I like being in the opposition. I don't mind there being a fight where I'm in the opposition. And a prerequisite to being in the opposition is you losing an election. So when you're the opposition, you lose elections. And that to me says that, like, he's not a bad guy. He's not, people, always a grifter. He's on the opposite team, whatever. I don't think so. I just think that he's one of those guys that likes to endlessly kvetch being on the losing side. Like, he will very gracefully accept defeat and be on the other side with the other fucking losers, endlessly complaining and achieving fucking nothing. His stance on 2024 is that of a fucking loser. His stance on social media is that of a fucking loser. He has the mindset of a fucking loser. And again, I'm not saying that in the sense of he is successful. He's been successful in having a platform and having, interesting conversations. And I listen to him. So if he wasn't worth listening to, I wouldn't. But I am a generally good sense of character, and that I don't mean that by that I'm usually right or I'm generally right about people's character. I'm often or almost always right about my snap judgments of people's character. I'm very typically right, and that has been my experience throughout my life, is that the general vibe after listening to someone long enough is usually right about that person. And unless they prove otherwise, I just stand by what I think, because I'm almost always right. I have good reason to think what I think about people. And if you go back and listen to what I've had to say about other people, people always want me to do a follow-up. Oh, do a follow-up on PewDiePie or Boogie or Ethan Klein. That's been one of the big ones. You gotta do a video about Ethan Klein. Why? I've always been right. They've shown themselves. They've shown their true character. I've been right about these people. Why do a follow-up video other than like for cheap views or something like that, or to reiterate what I've said already? I'm right about them. And it's because I have a good general sense of people's character. Not that I'm generally right, but that I'm right about their general character. And in the sense of Dave Rubin, that's what I think of him, is that he wants to be a member of the opposition, where he will stoically and, in a morally righteous fashion, impotently preach the good word. He will preach the good word, and all of us will nod our head and say, yeah, that's right. I agree, Dave. You're right. But we will be effectively neutered. We will have no direct method of succeeding politically in any way at any time. And I think that that is the wrong mindset to have when it comes to politics. Not because Dave is a bad guy, he's immoral. I mean, I would argue that in some ways that he is immoral for that kind of worldview. Because you should never accept that position. That is a position of weakness, whether you want to accept it or not. You can be morally righteous and, be saying speaking truths and all that, but you should never want to be the permanent rebellion, the permanent counterculture, the permanent person outside of power. You should never accept that position. Ever, 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 ever. That is a losing mindset. That is a defeatist position ultimately. And in my view, that's what makes it immoral, is that you are arguing for a path to defeat. And that isn't right. That is not moral. It might be fine for you, but that should not be something that you advocate for. It's wrong. Because if you truly believe what you believe is right, and I don't doubt that with him, as much as some people might want to argue that, oh, he's got to be disingenuous, he's got to be a grifter, all that kind of shit. I've always known this. And you can go back on my channel, and I've probably said this in the past, that you can find clips where there are people who are defeatist, that they accept defeat as not even just like, okay, yeah, we have lost, okay, we have to take our lumps. I'm not saying that, but just a defeatist mindset of always accepting a loss, never really fighting, never really trying to win, never really strategizing in that way of what can we do to win. And you can do that in a moral fashion, in a way where you're not cheating, where you are being honest and acting honestly and working within the law and doing everything right in that capacity. It's not saying that you do anything immoral, underhanded, illegal, anything like that. But you do have an actual strategy to put you on the path to victory, to where you do win, whatever it is in life. Elections, getting a job, getting a promotion, whatever. This is a mindset. It's not just about politics. And the hypocrisy is that he didn't do that for himself. When he got punted and, booted off and suppressed or, faced adversity in his own right as a commentator and as a host for interviews and all that, he didn't accept defeat in that capacity. So that's the hypocrisy, is if you won't accept it in terms of your career, your life, why are you promoting it for other people? And he has one of the worst views when it comes to social media. Oh, social media, just accept defeat. That is his position. Do nothing, accept defeat when it comes to social media. We're all going to get censored. We're all going to get banned. We're all going to get suppressed and basically driven off the internet in every capacity. And his answer to that is accept it. Accept it. And say whatever you want to. That is his position. No matter how much he wants to muddy the waters or obscure it, that is his position. I'm not trying to pick on him because that's a view of a whole shitload of people. The difference is, I think that he's not a bad guy. I would say that Ben Shapiro's a bad guy. Ben Shapiro is the bad guy. A guy like Ben Shapiro, he thinks that he's immune. Ben Shapiro thinks that he's immune. That he's got enough money and enough power and enough connections and all that to where he's going to say accept defeat, but he knows it's because he can always get around it. He can always get around what's going to be thrown at all the rest of us and we're going to get crushed by. He thinks that he's going to be able to just leap over those obstacles and be helped by others in that. Ben Shapiro is the slimy dirtbag operator. So, that I hope I'm able to express to you the distinction there. That the people arguing for the defeatist attitude, there are people saying that are not bad people ultimately. They are wrong, but fine, they're wrong, okay? Argue with them. Try to get it into their head that they're fucking wrong. Maybe with Dave, you can get him to understand why he's wrong about that. But with somebody like Ben Shapiro, even if he fucking accepts it, he'll be fucking lying through his teeth. The guy's a goddamn snake, and I don't trust him at all. At all. He's on Twitter saying that, I've seen him say that Trump shouldn't accept defeat, and he's tweeting now in favor of Trump fighting this. I don't trust that guy as far as I could fucking throw him. He's a snake. He's an absolute snake. And, it's because he thinks that if we all get fucking crushed, he'll survive. He'll be able to get by. So that's somebody that, people are going to want to say, oh, I see people in the chat already saying oy vey, all that kind of stuff. feel free to go down that path of saying that kind of thing about him. I don't think it's that. I just think it's the idea that he has in his mind of, I have enough connections, I'm an insider, that means these rules that are being set by the left will never, ever apply to me. I think that that's his mindset as it relates to all of this. No matter what he says, as he pivots from side to side, as always, that is his mindset, is these rules and these obstacles will never actually be applied to me, so who gives a shit, really? So yeah, my hope in this, to be, long-term thinking is, even if we are defeated, if Trump is defeated, if Trump loses ultimately, he runs out of paths for recourse in that. If he is defeated, with Biden as a president, there are certain doors that open from a direct result of that I know some people aren't going to like and be like, oh no, this is it, fuck the GOP, fuck Republicans and this and that. But I can see the doors opening, and it's like, well, I think it's kind of foolish to just say, fuck it all, burn it all down, because you have to be long-term thinking about it. You have to strategize beyond just this election. And in no way am I saying accept defeat, but I am saying that start plotting out what can be done. And I think one of the things that can be done, even if people are pessimistic and disillusioned with the Republican Party, is the fact that now you have a whole shitload. You have 70 million really disillusioned, angered Republicans, Trump supporters, because it is still the party of Trump. Okay, say whatever you want to about all the neocons and all this and all the fucking F words. I can't even say faggot anymore. I can't say bundle of sticks, because that got me banned on fucking Twitter twice. So now it's like I have some apparatchik monitoring my account. I could still say nigger, but if I say faggot on Twitter, I'm getting banned. So who knows what the rules are on YouTube now. And they must think I'm black. But in any case, long-term strategy with the Republican Party is to continue down it being the party of Trump, because he does have 96% support. 96% of the Republican Party are nationalistic, or sympathetic with the aims of nationalists. It isn't just the it's half neocons, half nationalists. And people, what I hate is I hate Trumpism. I hate populism. All of that is inaccurate. That is inaccurate. When people say Trumpism, populism, all these other words, it is nationalism. That is the sentimentality that all of these Republicans align with, sympathize with, or view as they are that, or they view that as the path forward for the party. Even just pragmatically, they're looking at it and they see this and they say, yes, this is the winning ticket for the right. It is nationalism, cultural nationalism, economic nationalism, diplomatic nationalism, nationalism in terms of politics. That is an element of the right that, as far as I can tell entirely, is a workable model for the country, for the party, for the right. And I'm more than comfortable with that, because whether I have been a Democrat or a Republican, whether even at a point in my life where I was an independent, I have always been a nationalist, going all the way back to junior year of high school, where I'm getting more politically active, where I'm getting more politically aware, to the point where it's senior year of high school, where I am politically aware, where I am obsessed with politics. I become a political junkie, and then straight into college, where I become a political junkie. I am a political junkie. I've always been a nationalist. And the frustration that I've always had with both sides is their inability to just accept that element of the country, that nationalism is not just a viable worldview and political platform, but that it is something that you should be, listening to or accepting or giving a platform to in terms of politics. Like, that has been the fight. Whether it's the neoconservative or what's called rhino right or the left, just what has become the left, and the easy explanation that I can say is, like, if the left had it within them to accept nationalism as some sort of viable model for the left, you wouldn't see all of these Union Democrats flocking to the right. Like, that has been one of the truths that has come out of these past two elections, is it doesn't matter what all the unions can keep claiming to be in favor of Democrats and just down ballot votes. The union vote is continuously drifting rightward. The union voters, the union members, are increasingly drifting Republican in huge numbers. Not this +2, +3, we're getting black votes in the Republicans. Like, the Republicans went all in on the black vote, +3 in this election, which I wipe my ass with those numbers. All the shit Trump did and Jared did to win over black votes, and they got +3 in this election, I wipe my ass with those numbers. They're getting double digits with union votes. Traditional, just pure Democrat votes, plus double digits with union voters. And that is great. And that is diverse. It's heavily majority white, but it's also Hispanics and blacks. And they haven't fought for that at all. They haven't fought for those votes in any fucking capacity. They have given $0 and zero time to those votes, and they're winning those votes in big numbers despite no action whatsoever. And the fact is that just because you are getting those votes doesn't mean you turn it around and say, oh man, public sector unions are the way to go. That doesn't mean that. But it does mean that you are galvanizing votes from these demographics. Don't just ignore it when these are big numbers. Fight for every vote. Fight for every vote that you can get. It doesn't mean that you concede principle, you concede ideology or platform, but always be willing to understand where you're gaining votes. That's just smart politics. And it's also right in that the whole argument of the Trump supporters is the party has been ignoring all these people. The party's ignoring Christians. It's ignoring the Christian vote. It's ignoring the white vote. It's ignoring the working class vote. It's ignoring the middle class vote. It's ignoring the rural vote. It's ignoring, they're saying they're ignoring the suburban vote, but the only people that they care about in the media and in the establishment are the white woman suburban vote. Like, that's what they're talking about. When they say, oh, the suburban vote, they mean white women. That's who they're talking about. White suburban men are fucking voting Trump. They are. And the numbers fucking reflect that. And for some reason, my stomach's growling. I'm not especially hungry, but my stomach's growling, so apparently I need to eat something. So yeah, I don't see this as if Trump doesn't win, burn it all down. I don't see that. And the point being, the doors that are opening is gaining votes in the Senate, taking state legislatures, creating an organization that is attached to the Republican Party that goes in and starts clearing out all these fucking prosecutors, going after judges, gubernatorial races, bench seats, legislatures, prosecutors' seats, offices. They like this does work in our favor to some capacity, and it is meaningful. There is meaningful change that can come of this. But the problem is that if you do take this position of burn it all down, you are abandoning. That is, to me, a defeatist attitude, because you are abandoning. It doesn't mean you don't go after the never Trumpers and all that and really fucking rattle the cage of the establishment on the right. No, go for it. But you don't accept the defeat of this one defeat, because you can leapfrog from this defeat that is yet to be decided. And in win or lose, you can leapfrog. These doors are opening. And you can create additional elements to the party where you can go after all these things that we don't yet control. And I'm telling you, man, 2022, if the right plays their cards right, we are going to take back the House. Okay? Like, the numbers and everything that needs to be there, it is all working. Like, all the stars are aligning. All the pieces are assembling. Like, I can see the puzzle that is being assembled. I can watch the pieces. They're all being put into place for the House to be retaken by big numbers in 2022 and 2024. Like, all of those things are aligning. So, you take back the House, you keep the Senate and gain seats. You take the one seat you lost back, or you gain seats elsewhere. You take the Senate and you get it by good numbers. And now you have Biden as a lame duck president for 4 fucking years, or however long he lives. You have the House, you have the Senate, you're taking back prosecutors' offices, you're taking judge seats, you're taking gubernatorial races, you're taking legislatures in the states, you're taking. And who's to say that in 2024, you don't have some, like, messianic Obama-like figure that rises on the right who isn't a neocon, never Trump fucking loser. Like, Eye Patch Man, Dan Crenshaw, or Nikki Haley, or whatever other fucking losers that the establishment are going to bring forward and try to sell us as hard as they can on. Just get ready for 2024. They are going to sell us on Nikki Haley, Dan Crenshaw, or whoever else they can muster up. They will sell us as hard as possible on them. And they will try to run as, in one breath, moderate figures, and in the other breath, as nationalists. Like, oh, I'm Dan Crenshaw, and I'm the nationalist candidate, when they are nothing more than Mitt Romney, fucking John McCain losers. I will bet all the money I have left, being unemployed for months, I will bet my life savings, I will sign over the title of my house, that if Dan Crenshaw, Nikki Haley, or any of these other fucking losers run in 2024, we will get blown the fuck out, and it will be another 4 years of Democrat control. They will get blown the fuck out in those elections. All right? Because they are fucking losers. They are the GOP's Mitt Romneys and John McCain's. They are our version of Al Gore's and who the fuck ran in 2004? Secretary of State's. I don't know why I always forget his fucking name. What is his fucking name? Am I going to have to Google it? Can someone remind me in the chat who ran in 2004? He was Secretary of State under Obama. I'm going to need help. I have to wait for the fucking chat to catch up. This is the problem. John Kerry. Thank you, chat. Jesus Christ. John Kerry. I don't know why I always forget his name. Dan Crenshaw and Nikki Haley is nothing more than another John Kerry, another Al Gore, another Mitt Romney, another John McCain. They are fucking losers. Losers, losers, losers. He will lose. I will bet everything. And I mean that. Even this many years in advance. I will call it now, mark it down. I bet everything I have on that. And you can come back and call me a fucking retard if I am proven wrong about this. Dan Crenshaw, Nikki Haley, and these kind of people on the right are losers. They are pathological losers. They are incapable of winning elections. And that is why no matter what they fucking believe, we should never, under any circumstance, nominate them to fucking anything, ever, especially a presidential election. They will fucking lose. That is my warning. That is my warning. And by the way, I talked about this last time. Dave Rubin has already endorsed them. He has already endorsed them to run in 2024. And it's like meeting like. It is like recognizing like. A guy who is a spiritual and has the mindset of a fucking loser recognizes other fucking losers. You know, Nikki Haley and Dan Crenshaw, they will give the best concession speeches that you have heard in your lifetime. The most inspiring, the most moral, and just spiritually enriching concession speeches that you will ever hear. They will be phenomenal in giving their concession speeches to the Democrats who blow them out of the fucking water. So, if you ever run into anybody on Twitter or in a stream, like in the chat or on an image board or whatever, I don't really know where you people go, just say that, like taunt the other side with this, that Dan Crenshaw and Nikki Haley will give the best concession speech that any Republican has ever given. Just say that. Because that will anger, I know it, it'll anger them, because you are cutting to their core. You are cutting to the core of people who like them. They are fucking losers. They have the mindset of fucking losers. And I know I have people that listen to me that like my channel that may even monetarily support me. I'm sorry. I know I have people that follow me that probably think that way and like these people. They're losers, and you should abandon them. You should not support them. Even if in principle you like them, you agree with them, whatever, they will lose. And because of that, they have no utility whatsoever. Even if what they say is 100% right 100% of the time, they will lose, and for that reason, they have no utility. Do not support them, please. I'm asking you honestly, earnestly, in a serious fashion. Don't support them, because they will lose. So yeah, I guess I can get to some super chats, because I've been sort of monologuing here for quite a while, and I think doing so in an articulate enough fashion that I think I've made a good enough point. And I'm sure there's other things I could talk about in relation to the election and that, and it's probably what every one of these are going to be about. So, and that's fine too. Let me get to the page. Today's the 9th. Josiah says, "Hey Louis, do you think New York is still in play? I've been told it was going to be red this year." Yeah, I threw water on that in the first place, because like you would have to have a messianic political figure to win this state, and I mean that. Like you would have to have a right-wing Obama to win New York. It is possible, I think, but you would basically have to fool enough Democrats. You would have to sell enough just platitudinous, vacuous shit to the left wing that they would vote for you. Like, there are a lot of center-left types in New York, but I would define their worldview as basically vacuity. Like, that is their belief system, is platitudes and fucking meaningless drivel. They love emotional speaking. Like, they just get off to it. Like, that is their political platform, is is everything that you have to say just vacuity? Is just vacuous bullshit? Man, I love that. Like, I just eat it up. That is what they believe. And I'm sorry, like, I'm not trying to be mean or, I don't know, is it patronizing or is it condescending? Like, but I see that. I recognize that, and I got swept in 2008 too. Don't make any mistake that I have been, swept up in, vacuitous bullshit either. I have, but I would say that I'm pretty politically evolved at this point. It took me 10 years, but I am politically, aware enough to where I can recognize. And you could just go watch the GOP convention. It was full of that. The GOP convention was full of vacuity, just bullshit. And it is what it is, I'm not here to go, rage against the machine of vacuity and inauthentic bullshit, but it is what it is. And it works. It works for a certain percentage of the population, and it's sizable. It just works with them. It exists on the right and the left. Like, I'm going to get up, my name is Louis Le Vau, and I'm running for this congressional seat in this district. And let me just tell you about all this fucking contrite bullshit, all this vacuous bullshit. And people are going to listen to that. Here, let me quote the Bible to you. And people are listening to that. They're going to raise their hands in prayer and be like, oh, I just love it. And I'm sorry, like, I'm not trying to be mean, but, if marketing didn't work, it wouldn't be like $1 trillion industry. If branding didn't work, it wouldn't be $1 trillion industry. It works. And it is what it is. And so you can go listen to, what was his name? That now dead comedian. One of my favorites. One of my very favorites. People say George Carlin. I don't agree. I think George Carlin has aged terribly, in my view. But somebody in the chat, shout him out. Who am I thinking of? He had a whole rant about marketing, about how the people that were marketers were basically Satan spawn turds. Somebody shout him out. I'm sure everyone knows the monologue I'm talking about. He's a great comedian. Somebody shout him out in the chat because I'm blanking on his name. Who is he? Chat? Remind me of who he is. Hicks, Bill Hicks, thank you, Bill Hicks. Yes, Bill Hicks is right, but he's also wrong. Because it's like, yeah, you can rage against the machine, and you can call it out for what it is, but you're never going to change it. You're never going to change the effectiveness of marketing. It is what it is, like, that is the maturing of the adolescent to the adult. Is the adolescent looks at marketing and looks at bullshitting and sophistry and rhetoric, and they say, oh, this is wrong, it shouldn't be this way, people should be hearing the hard truths. And I agree, but the fact is that it is what it is, and that everyone, or not everyone, but a large percentage of the population, they don't want to hear hard truths. They want to hear white lies, and they will look to you as just a fucking asshole if you say hard truths. Like, I love hard truths either way. I love hard truths. I've always wanted to hear the truth because honesty is an actual principle that I stand by. No matter what the honest truth of something is, I want to hear it. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it is me staring into the abyss. I want to know what the truth is, even if it is hard to swallow. That is the red pill. It isn't just being a fringe faggot. It's being honest and accepting honesty, even if you don't want to hear it, even if it is a hard truth. If honesty really is a virtue to you, it should be in all cases, and it shouldn't just you being a black-pilled, nihilistic, screeching retard. It should be just, I value honesty for what it is, and that it is a principle that I stand by, and either way, it is what it is, and you can scream against it and say, no, tell the white lies, and or on the opposite camp, like, we should only be hearing the truths, that, we shouldn't accept the lies, that, we should tell and scream and destroy our lives and destroy everything, burn it all down for the sake of the truth. It's like, no, That can't be the case. It'll never be that way. There are going to be people that are just going to only accept a certain amount of truth, and you shouldn't throw in the towel on them. You shouldn't be a Screecher or a Spurg. It's just, what truths can you get them to accept? And sometimes it is just good enough for what it is. That we can be the ultimate red-pilled people in accepting honesty and demanding the truth, and for ourselves, wanting to know what the truth is, but we can't always expect that everyone else is just going to accept it as well. That is also their principle. You're just going to have to accept the fact that it can't be the case 100% of the time. Where was I? Thank you, Jose, for that. So in New York, getting back to your super chat or Streamlabs, whatever, it will take a messianic white lie spewing Republican to win New York. And while people will say, "Oh, listen to all these white lies. Oh, I fucking hate them," it's like, well, that's what the people want. That's what the people want. And so, really, what are you demanding of this person? Like, they simply cannot win this state holding to the principle of, I will 100% of the time tell you the hard truth. Because the fact is that, like, in New York State, here's the difference, all right? Here's the strategy. In your campaigns, you tell the truths that you can. You run on a actual platform that you do in fact plan to enact. But the fact is certain things like welfare programs, dealing with mental illness, homelessness, and public housing, stuff like that, you'll never be able to tell New Yorkers the truth. You'll never be able to tell them the truth. They'll never, under any circumstance, in a majority, accept the truth around homelessness, mental illness, criminality, public housing, all of these things. You can enact what you plan to do. And for me, if I was governor of New York, I would just get rid of all those programs. Fire all the people overnight. Create the conditions for a financial meltdown in the state, a budget crisis. Use that. Use whatever you have to, strategy you have to cut all of those programs entirely. And I would also create an asylum system in the state where you could just snatch homeless people off the street. Where homeless people get arrested for essentially vagrancy, panhandling, doing what they do, and you stick them in asylum, and they're indefinitely held there. And, there's going to be all of these lawsuits. The rights of the homeless and the mentally ill and the violent. Open the prisons, Louis. Open the asylums. No. And what you do is say, I guess we're just going to have to go through the legal process. They're wrong, obviously. I have the authority to do that. They're just wrong. They want to have the criminals on the street, and they want to have your kids raped and murdered. I mean, they claim it's civil rights, but, if you're a suburban mother listening to this, they want your child to be raped and murdered in your home. I mean, the police are minutes away, and your child's going to be raped and murdered, and so are you. A vote for me is to keep you safe, and my opponents want your children raped and murdered. And you too, if you're a mother listening to this, if you're a woman listening to this, they want you dead. And before you're dead, they want you raped. In front of your children, maybe. But I'm the one preventing that. And I'm doing so legally. In principle, I'm doing the right thing. I'm not against homeless people. I love homeless people. I'm going to do a photo op with a homeless person. Listen, I love people. I'm a Christian. I'm following the Bible. I'm following Christ's teachings, okay? Just like you. I love people. Compassion is my middle name. And I'm just trying to do the best with what I have. We're currently in the middle of a budget crisis. I don't have, unlimited funds. I'm working with what I have, and I'm not trying to take any more from you. I'm working with what I have, and I'm doing the best that I can to be as compassionate as I can be to as many people as I can be. I'm doing everything that I can. You have to believe me on that. And you should ask yourself this. Do the people that are arguing all this in their rhetoric and their sophistry, what they're telling you about my lack of compassion, they're calling me a tyrant and all this, do they actually have your best interests at heart? Because I'm doing everything in my capacity to represent you and to channel your interests into my agenda, in my administration. That's every day. Every day I wake up and I'm trying to enact that. I'm trying to execute on your interests. And I think I have a better understanding of what your interests are and what you need in order to live a decent life. That's what I'm doing. But do you believe that your opponents, do they really, or are they arguing for the criminals? Because if you look through in their rhetoric, that appears to be the case in what I see. So ask yourself, do they really want you to live a decent life? Do they really care about you and your children? Because I don't think they do. I do. And I think that my sincerity is just in what I'm doing. My actions speak for themselves. Even though they're going to try to frame them and argue to the media and all this and that. No, I think that my actions speak for themselves. And that, they're saying, you're getting rid of public housing. Oh, you've created indefinite detentions for the homeless. I'm not doing that. There's a legal process, and I've created a legal process, and I'm just following through on it. And if they challenge otherwise, then they're free to do that. But it doesn't seem that they're having much success. So there's my spiel. I'm dropping my political mode. There is my spiel. And that is what you're effectively going to have to do in New York to be a Republican, is you are going to have to be the ever infinite, compassionate, fucking gigantic, bleeding heart pussy. But in reality, you are not despotic, because it draws the wrong connotation, because a despot is ultimately working for the interests of themselves and their friends and their followers, their minions, their own apparatchiks. It is more of a benevolent monarchy or tyranny. That is how you are going to have to act, because the systems aren't loyal to you. The systems, which in New York State are despotic and are awful. And every time I talk to somebody about this state who lives here, they just concede it. They just eventually concede it. Every person, right, left, disillusioned or naive. Like, you talk to them long enough after the amount of exposure that they can have in this state, and they will just eventually accept, like, yeah, the state is kind of despotic and terrible and awful and horrifically corrupt and all that, and the system is its own political class, and they act in their own interest always. And it's like, you're never, like, how do you think Giuliani acted as mayor of New York City? Do you think Giuliani was out there acting as like a mediator and a big-hearted guy and all this shit? No, I'm sure that behind closed doors, he was a fucking tyrant. That he was manipulating people, persuading people where he could, but otherwise just, firing people, politically blacklisting people, just destroying people, and then using that as an example to show others that you can stay there and be a part of the corrupt system, and the corrupt system can remain, but you are going to do everything that I tell you to do. Otherwise, I'm eventually going to fucking burn every one of you like roaches coming under the refrigerator. You can keep scattering. You turn them to let you scatter under the refrigerator, but I'm going to keep luring you out and crushing you one by one. And eventually, I'm going to get to you. And that sensation of fear is what is going to get all of that machinery running smoothly, or smoothly enough that you can execute what you want. That is just, and I'm not saying that is necessarily the nature of politics or the nature of good politics, but I'm telling you, within a terrible state like New York, that is the best. That is all you can hope to achieve in this state. Because unless you have 30 years of Republican control where you are bringing in all the I'm a good Christian suburban mom and I believe in good government and all that, where they are not embezzlers and not apparatchiks and not awful people, if you can get in the good, wholesome Christian suburban moms and bleeding heart, compassionate Christians and the naive people on the right that do exist, that are definitely not bad people, who are good people. And I can tell you that there are a ton of police like that. There are a million firefighters like that. There are a million right-wing people who are the compassionate conservatives, who are the good people, who are naive, who are out there like, I'm going to give everything 110%. I believe in America. I believe in people. And it isn't just like my position, where I do believe that the majority of people are good. Like, when push comes to shove, it's an emergency situation. I think that the majority of people will do the right thing, are good, and that has been my experience. But that it isn't good enough for the majority of people to be good. You have to get those fucking people in government. You have to get those naive people, those good people, those big-hearted people in government. You have to get them in so that they can be naive, they can be good, they can stand by the system and say, hey, hold on a second, we can't do that. That's not right. That's not by the book. That's not how the system should work. That's out of line with what my duty is. I have a duty in this position, and I need to act upon that duty. There's boundaries to what I'm allowed to do, okay? That's what this position calls for, and I'm not going outside of those boundaries. Those are the kind of people that we need in government. And do you see that in Pennsylvania? Do you see that in New York? Do you see that in Illinois? Do you see that in Wisconsin? Do you see that in fucking Michigan? Do you see that in Georgia? Do you see that in Arizona? Is that what you see? Within that machinery are big-hearted people that say, hold the fuck on. I have these boundaries to what I'm allowed to do. Do you see that? No, you don't. Because those kind of people aren't who control the system. That's a fact. That's a fucking fact. That the cynical, corrupt, degenerate, slimy, scummy, self-interested scum of the earth who, in an emergency situation, are craven and will save themselves, those are the people who control those systems. All right? And the fact is that there is, and I believe those people are the minority. I believe that those people are the minority. But it's like meeting like. If you're a corrupt fucking scumbag, who do you want around you? Do you want Boy Scouts who you can't trust, who are going to run to daddy and tell on you? Or do you want scumbag degenerates around you? The question answers itself. And that is how you get those systems. That's how you get what's going on in Pennsylvania, New York, Illinois, all these different states. That's how you get those systems. Is that you have corrupt people that go up the ladder, who take positions of power, and then they fill every seat below them. All the positions below them, they fill them with people exactly like them. And to flush out the system, it takes decades of active countermeasures and work to get rid of those people. Because like somebody like Ben Shapiro, who is a craven piece of shit, it's just two-faced. Two-faced all the time. You never really know where they stand. And it makes it extremely difficult to find something ironclad to slam on them. Be like, I got you. I got you. You know, the blood's on your hands. I got you. That you are one of them. You're a despot. You're a corrupt apparatchik. You're scum. And we need to get rid of you. It takes a lot of effort and time and focus to get that kind of person with ironclad evidence, because the whole time there's going to be people creating doubt in everyone's minds as to where they actually lie. So, yeah, hopefully that was a very long-winded answer to that question, or to that chat anyways. And I know that was just a joke, but people are black-pilled on New York. I think you're wrong. New York can turn Republican. California, because in New York we haven't imported half of Mexico, so we don't have that problem. We are a diverse state, but it's mostly contained in like one pocket of fucking Buffalo, maybe one or two pockets of Rochester, Syracuse, I don't even know. Albany, I don't know. And New York City is what it is. But, you know, New York City, if it unravels enough, you are going to get a right-winger. You are eventually going to get a right-winger in New York City if the city unravels enough. It isn't Portland. I've talked to people in New York City. There are still a ton of right-wing people in New York City. A ton. A meaningful amount of right-wingers in New York City. And all you need to do is get those center leftist types, like the progressives in name only, who like a lot of the sentimentality bullshit, like, oh, I'm in favor of equality, that kind of retardation. You just need to get them frightened enough of their conditions to where they're going to be like, oh, well, this right-wing guy, he's not that bad. Listen, he's compassionate. Listen to all the vacuity. He's spewing vacuity. He is my man. I'll give him a vote this time around. And you can flip New York City, at least ostensibly, to the right. The machinery is still going to be deep blue and corrupt, but you can get the heads of offices changed to Republican. And if you can swing enough seats, swing like like one gubernatorial race to Republican, and you have one good term to where you start making effective changes, you start trying to change a certain amount of things to where, you know, you can lower taxes or get into enough people's minds that, like, hey, people are saying this guy's a neo-Nazi, but it's working. It's working. The state's getting better. And you have to run an effective enough like a second campaign, enough re-election campaigns to where you can keep those voters. And you can basically take enough cameras and put them on your enemies and show the worst of your enemies and say, those are my opponents. These are my opponents. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to all the vacuity coming from them, because it's all false. Like, all the bad times that existed before I took office, it's all coming back. And I'm sure you can find some, like, black nationalists in New York City that's going to be like, oh, you know, kill whitey, kill white people. And just all you need to do is get a button on him. Get, like, a Dems button on that guy. You can find these crazy people all over New York. Just all you need to do is get that guy to hold a sign or get a button on him, just something that you can latch onto and go, look, that's our enemies. Those are our opponents. They're crazy. They want to kill you. If you're a white woman listening to this, they want to rape you. They're going to kill you. They're going to slit your throat and then murder your kids. And all you need to do is create doubt. Enough doubt with these center leftists that they say, hold on, the system is what it is, and right now the guy has an R after his name. Let's just keep going with that guy. And, you know, you give it enough years and you can look at Florida. Say whatever you want to about Florida, mock Florida, laugh at Florida. Florida went from a purple state in 2000. I remember when I was a little kid and everyone was screaming about the 2000 election, and I paid attention to it. I was asking my parents. I was asking my teachers, what's going on with the election? What's going on with George Bush and Al Gore? What's happening? Everyone's so excited. What's happening? Florida went from a purple state that was all over the place to what is becoming a solid red state. A solid red state where it is going from 1 point red, 5 points red, 10 points red, 15 points red, 20 points red. Like, it is increasingly a red state. And it's because, say whatever you want to about the state and the base Cubanos and all that shit, they are building a coalition that is undefeatable for the foreseeable future. And that is becoming an increasingly blood red state. And it shows you that even while you have Georgia doing what it's doing, you have Arizona doing what it's doing, you have California and all this stuff, it's not a foregone conclusion that every state is going to turn blue, that the nation's over, forget about it, you know, oh, it's 2025 and demographics are destiny. Only if we import people at the tune of millions and millions and millions and millions, and we keep doing that. If we keep doing that, yes, this country's done. Because we will import a permanent serf class who will vote blue forever. But if you cut off the spigot and there's a finite amount of people and you can get to these people in an effective manner, you hold the majority white vote, you get to these people and you can convince them not through race politics, because that, to me, is a losing strategy, and that's where the Republicans are really going askew right now. They're really going askew where it's like, no, we're going to dabble in the same thing that's losing them black votes, in the same thing that's losing them Latina votes, and maybe not Jewish votes and Asian votes necessarily, but it is losing them black votes, and it is losing them Hispanic votes. Maybe not in extreme numbers, and I've already laughed at it in the stream and wiped my ass with that 3% gain, because that's a terrible gain for all the effort that was given. It's not good. But say whatever you want to, numbers speak for themselves, and the numbers are continuously drifting towards the right. Whether, not in this election with the white vote, which I have my criticisms about, 5 points is not good for them to have lost. But you're winning black votes, you're winning Hispanic votes, you're winning not necessarily like the totality of drift in terms of which way the votes are going because you've lost those white votes, but you need to build a broad enough agenda that is not based on race itself, because that is what is losing the left votes. All of this race bullshit. People are old enough, like the young votes, who knows? I can't say for the young votes, but for the older votes, millennial, maybe not so much millennial, but Gen Z, boomers, they don't like this. They think about the 90s. They're nostalgic for the 90s. They think race is a joke. And if you lean in, you are going to get a certain percentage of the race nationalist types, but you are bleeding votes. You are hemorrhaging votes in that way. And I think that the Republicans, there is an effective strategy there that they are misunderstanding. They have a misunderstanding of what kind of tent of a party, like what the paint on the tent should be. They don't have the right advertising. They understand how they can win, but they don't have the right coat of paint. And the right coat of paint is nationalism, just nationalism. It's not about race, and maybe you can argue Christendom. Maybe there's an argument there that if there's an identity, maybe you can argue like, no, Christianity first. No, we're a Christian country. Maybe there's an effective play there. But generally speaking, nationalism, that like you listen to, I'm black and I'm a Trump supporter. I'm Hispanic and I'm a Trump supporter. I'm white and I'm a Trump supporter. I'm whoever. You see all the base Jubanos in Brooklyn. There's a bunch of base Jews in New York who are like full-throated, vein in their neck, screaming pro-Trump, like make my fucking burrito style pro-Trump. And they're Jewish. What ties them all together? Nationalism. Every time they speak, that's what comes through. Every time. I challenge you. Go listen to these people. Go listen to the full-throated, screaming at the top of their lungs, full top to bottom, head to toe, Trump gear, MAGA gear. They are screaming nationalism, nationalism. And I'm telling you that is the coat of paint to put in, whether you sincerely believe it or not. I sincerely believe it, but whether you believe it or not, that is the coat of paint to put over the party. It isn't MAGA, it isn't Trumpism, it isn't populism. That is all wrong. If you are the minority of the country, your message is not fucking populist. That's the problem I have. When so many of these people are clearly the minority, you are not populist. You are a nationalist. That is a clear distinction. And you can be the minority of a nation and be a nationalist. But you cannot be a populist and the clear minority. All right? I'm a Trumpist. That is meaningless. That is malformed. That is a misnomer, effectively, by the definition. You are a nationalist. And that is what I see as the winning message. That is what I see as the 96% support among Republicans for Trump. It is nationalism. And the way that I think that you get double digits in black votes, and in Hispanic votes, and in white votes, in everyone's votes, Christian votes, non-Christian votes maybe, because I think that there might be a problem there. And you see this with a lot with atheists, is like this, it's like, you know, I say that America isn't a Christian nation, but at the same time, that is like separating me from that. Like there's a separation that you're bridging to where it's like, if you are an atheist, it shouldn't matter. Like, America is or isn't a Christian nation. That is moot to the point of you being an atheist or whatever you are exactly, okay? You're a non-Christian, or you're a nebulous Christian. You're a spiritualist of some capacity. It is completely moot to the point of whether or not America is a Christian nation. The only question when it comes to atheism is God, does God exist? Yes or no? Do you think God exists? What relation does that have to the United States? What relation does it have? And in my view, there isn't one. So, you know, do you love America? Are you someone that says America first? Are you someone that believes in the idea of putting America first in terms of your politics, in terms of your policy, in terms of your worldview and your politics and your philosophy? Do you actually believe in the United States? The original intention, the original principles, not just the nebulous like values, but the people that existed then, what they wanted, what their goals were, the fact that they were forming a nation, not just, values. No, a nation. A nation is what they formed. They didn't form a set of values. They weren't philosophers. They were politicians. They were statesmen. And like, people talk about statesmanship. That isn't philosophy. Philosophy is not just you writing shit down. Okay? That is you enacting it. That is you creating something. They created a nation. So, if you view the founding of America and America as a nation as good, as, not just good, but right. Right. What they did is right. What we have is right. What we should be, the path that we are on in terms of the founding to where we are now, that it is right. That the founding wasn't, the founding of the nation wasn't malformed. That our founders, they weren't wrong. They're not bad people. All this shit that they're trying to put on them. They're trying to put the stink. Like they're trying to paint the statues of our founder. Geniuses, all of them. They're trying to paint the statues, not just rip them down to the capacity they are. They're trying to take the memorials, the statues, the symbology of our nation and paint it in shit. They're trying to coat everything, including the Constitution, in shit. They're trying to put the stink of shit on all of it so that they make us foreign to it, that we're foreign to the nation, we're foreign to the founders, we're foreign. And they're trying to make it all nebulous and tie it into values so that we can distance ourselves from our nation. All of that is subversion. All of that is subversion. And the fact is that if you are a nationalist, and I know this is ubiquitous, this is universally true about nationalists, is you believe in all of it or you don't. A nationalist believes in the whole fucking enchilada. We believe in the whole goddamn deal. The founding, the founders, the nation, not just saluting the flag, but we believe in the flag, in the symbols, in the Constitution, in the principles, in the values, everything, the whole fucking thing. Not just the values by themselves, nebulous bullshit. Everything, all of it, 100% of it. We believe in all of it. That is what defines a nationalist, and that's what separates us from our enemies, from our opposition. They're trying to stop us, to create a divide, and try to lie to us, manipulate our minds, and create disinformation, and create a cognitive dissonance of the values and the principles and the goals and the vision of our founding fathers and of those that created this nation, and try to distance all of it. Like, oh, this philosophy, these principles, it's over there, it's abstract, it's in the air, it's in the air. No, it is the hard-coded facts of the nation. It is the statues, it is the people, it is the founders. It's all a tapestry. That is what defines our nation, is a tapestry of all of these things joining as one. All of these things tied together. They're trying to pull the strings and unravel the whole thing. It's subversion. They're trying to destroy the tapestry of what makes our nation. You can see that. I'm sure a lot of people listening to this are nodding their heads. I'm preaching to the choir because we know this to be true. They're trying to look at all the stitches in our nation and pull them one by one, pull them all. Pull all the strings of our nation and unravel the whole fucking thing. Because their goal is destruction of the nation. That is their goal. Their goal is the destruction of our nation. And you can see it in their rhetoric now. The mask has slipped off. They will just tell you that they are the post-nationalists. They are the multinationalists. They are the internationalists. Or as Alex Jones, very succinctly called them forever ago, years ago, when I was a little baby, I'm a little kid, a little idiot, called them globalists. That is right, but what they really are, and they are globalists, yes, but what they are, in truth, by definition, are internationalists. That's what defines them. It's what defines them. People can come up with all these conspiracies about, it's just about money, or it's just about, progressive ideology, or it's just about leftism as an identity, or it's about Jews and the Jews. No, it is internationalism. That is what defines them, and that's what defines us. That is the separation. It is nationalism versus internationalism. Those are the sides. That is the fight. And I have always been and will always be, I will die, a nationalist. There is no amount of money. There's no amount of pussy. There's no amount of hedging and subversion. There's no amount of anything that you could ever offer me or coerce me with or anything else that will get me to in any way shift from being that of a nationalist, because that is what defines me before anything. No matter what. You can make any arguments about my identity. You got whatever you could tie to me. Gamer identity, or religious identity, or race-based identity. All these different things. All the things you could try to needle me with. And I say gamer identity obviously as a joke. But I just mean just anything that you could latch onto. All of those things. You go in the line of priorities. Like people say, God, family, country, shit like that. No, my prerogative is country, nation. That is my prerogative. That's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear, God this, God that. Or, not God this and not God that. Or my family this or my family that. Or my friends this or my, friends whatever. You get what I'm saying. The nation is what is paramount. Because the fact is that say whatever you want to about God. They can't stop you from believing in God. Only you can choose whether or not you believe in God. They can't uncreate your family. They could try to separate you from your family or explode your family, detonate your family, like people have had happen. It's a meme like, you go to your Thanksgiving dinner and everyone hates each other. Isn't that so funny? Let me write a listicle, write an article. Your family's divided and detonated and destroyed because politics. because you're divided on politics. Isn't that so fucking funny? You know, they could try to do that, but you're still blood related. And if not blood related, recognized in law, you're still related. You know, no matter what, they can't take your family from you, you know, through whatever mechanism outside of what they have at their disposal. But it isn't really true. It isn't really meaningful. It's just what they have at their disposal and how they can subvert your family and manipulate your family, or stand in the way of you and your family members. But they can kill the nation. They can separate you from your nation. They can destroy this nation. They can take this from us, and they are trying. They are trying to destroy our nation, and they can succeed. And so that's why it is, to me, and it should be for you, at the top of your list, because they can take it from us. They can take the nation from us. And that is why we should fight them in that way. And that's why I think it is so effective. It's why I think it speaks so true, and it's why it's winning people to the right. Because I think that it is the truth. It is the real McCoy. It is the thing that we are recognizing, even if it is just subconscious. We can't really understand what's happening or why we're on this side. Why am I on the right now? I used to be a left-winger. Why am I on the right? It's because you're a nationalist, and that's what they're trying to kill. That's what they're trying to destroy and take from you, is the fact that you love your nation. You love this country. That you believe in it. That you truly believe in it. That's what they're trying to deprive you of, and you refuse. You resist. You say, no, I won't let you take. I'll let you take everything else, but not this. I won't let you take the nation because I believe in it. I believe in the nation. I believe in the founders. I believe in everything, not just the sacrifices and all the nonsense that people puff up as rhetoric, but the founding. The actual nation, not the government, not that, but, and this is what you'll hear a lot from the libertarians that make the distinction between loyalty to government, loyalty to law, and then, you know, the actual nation. So, you know, I don't even understand how the libertarians who are internationalists, and there's a lot like that, it's like, I don't get you. You're crazy. You are like the post-nationalists. You're crazy. You're utopian. Like, You have to be a nationalist. You have to be. You know, even if you want to resist the government and criticize the government and, you know, taxations are theft, fine, great, all that shit. But you should still believe in the nation because it is true. It's really the only thing that you can believe in because it actualized. It did actualize. We have a nation. It was created. It is demonstrable. We were a colony. There was a war, a revolution. We fought. We won. We disengaged. We were no longer a colony. We became an enemy for however long with ourselves and our former masters in the UK. And we became a nation. That is true. So I think that that is why things are going the way that they're going. And if people want to say anything about, what's going on with blacks, what's going on with the base Cubanos, what's going on, even though there's a question there in my view, but why is the right gaining numbers? And we are gaining numbers. We're not getting people out from the dead or inventing fucking ballots. We are gaining support in America. We're the minority, but we're gaining support. Why? I'm telling you, nationalism. That is why. That is what is doing it. That is what is winning us votes. That is it. It is what is changing America. Like, that is the landscape. That's where things are shifting. It is us and the internationalists. That is what is occurring here. That is the divide. And what we have to do is keep winning where we're winning and try to see what we can do to convince the people on the other side who aren't the people that are too far gone. Like, the utopians will never reach because they're insane. They are irrational. And there's no argument that we can make to win them over because they're irrational. But there's plenty enough people sheeple, who are falling for the bullshit. And a good example of somebody who hasn't fallen for the bullshit, who is still ostensibly on the left, is somebody like Dev, short, fat, otaku. He is somebody who is still a center leftist, who, and maybe he can come on, stream with me and explain his position, and maybe I'm insinuating too much, but I think this is the distinction. And he's Canadian, yes, but nationalism is not simply something that stops at a border. It is a worldview. And if you have an American nationalist and let's say a UK nationalist, you still have more in common with them than you do any internationalist, obviously. That's why you have fucking Nigel Farage over here stumping for Trump, because he's a fucking nationalist. You know, it's why you have, I forget his name, the former head of UKIP. I forget his name, Jared Batten, great guy. He is a nationalist. And I follow him, and he's great to listen to, and obviously I'm not British. You know, when it comes to, like, culture and spirits, you know, I should look at, as an American nationalist, I should look at a British nationalist and be like, oh, look at them with revulsion. Like, oh, you know, we're your former colony, and we revolted against you. But he's like, no, I'm a British nationalist, and Britain should be a nation. Or a country, however you want to fucking split hairs on that shit. I'm saying take back Ireland, dissolve parliaments or whatever you got going over there. No, there's simply Britain. You know, Great Britain, the United Kingdom. Take back Ireland. That's what I'm saying. But, the point being that, like, a nationalist can respect and understand and sympathize with another nationalist. This is why you see Bolsonaro and all these other different nationalists across the world that are all looking at Trump and like, hey, I understand you, and hey, yeah, you understand us, and all this stuff, because we all have the same worldview. We have divergent interests in terms of our own nation states, obviously, in different nations altogether, and we respect that. But the fact is, we are all nationalists. And that's how we understand one another. It's like, oh, I understand what your interests are. And obviously, diplomatically, we can try to have whatever agreements we can have, and we could try to, you know, work together where we can, but we are going to still fight tooth and nail for our nations, respectively. Like, that is the expective operation between one another, is that we can respect one another, but we're still on on an international stage, we're still fighting for our interests, and that's understandable. So, hopefully, this very long rant is, not, people in the chat. I'm losing people in the chat because they're like, no, leave Ireland alone. No, a nation once again. No. I'm joking with that. I'm just trying to come up with the most, like, hyperbolic example that I can come up with. But yes, I want to reiterate that, immigration is important, and what it requires is the limitation of the people that, and there should be a dramatic, limitation of who's allowed to come in. Because obviously in the United States, our culture is unraveling. And because of that, the nation is unraveling. And part of that is the demographics of the nation. That we need to get that under control. And I have to say to the people who are like white identity types, I think that you're past the mark. That you don't understand. You understand the problem, but your solution isn't actually functional. It isn't actually what is called for in this situation. And that there is, in fact, even if like people talk about pragmatic politics, even if you are a pragmatist, it's not a workable model. It just isn't in the United States. This isn't a nation where that, this isn't fucking Sweden or the Netherlands or this isn't Scandinavia where, white identity is going to hold true to some capacity. Like, we're like, white people in the country are down to something like 68%. And the fact is that a way to make America healthier is not by leaning into those kind of politics. Because if you look at the fucking left who have fully embraced those politics, they aren't healthy. They are not mentally stable. They are not better off for those politics. And I don't understand how you think that we are going to become that and not be crazy exactly like them and have all the same problems as them. I don't see it. I see us becoming equally as irrational and dysfunctional, more than we already are. So I would say to a lot of people that subscribe to that or lean in that direction that, look at the left who have embraced those kind of politics, and especially the black people. The black people that have embraced those kind of politics, they have become them. Like, they have actually, enacted those policies. And you could look at the natives, too, the so-called natives, the Indians. They have done that as well. Does rampant alcoholism, broken homes, drug addiction, and just total social dysfunction, do you see that as a workable model? And why would we, the whites, be any different? I know that people are going to chalk that up to a variety of factors, including IQ, but it's like, I don't think that's right. I think that it is the culture. It is the identity politics that makes them like that. That, if you can just latch on to identity in that way, you can just excuse irresponsibility in every other fashion because that's what they do. That's what they do. They say, well, I'm still black, even though everything around me is totally dysfunctional, out of control. At least I'm still black. Why is that a model that we should replicate? I think that that's a gambit and a risk that, to me, is no, why would we risk becoming that? I think that nationalism and belief in the nation is the way to go. And that is the effective model. And we are seeing it work. In the United States, you have seen, think about this. Think about fucking 2014. How bad things were. I want you to think about this. Everyone who's thinking about what I just said, think about 2014. How bad the Republican Party was. Think about that. Everyone here is old enough to remember this. Think about 2014. How bad it was. How awful it was. How black-pilled it was in 2014. Thinking about the Republican Party. Look at where we are now. And the fact that, we have all the internationalists on the run. All the internationalists, they are on the run. We have excised... Is it excised? Exercised? I guess exercised. All these internationalists, we have thrown them out of the party. The fucking George Bushes, the Dick Cheneys, the George Wills, the what's his name? Bill Kristol's, the Max Foots, Max Foot, Max Boot. We have thrown them out. All the Never-Trumpers are out. They're out. They're out. They're out. It's not you haven't totally taken over the party, obviously. But look at how many of these people that have been cast out of the party. It has been because of the explosion and upsurge and just insurgency of nationalism. Everyone's calling it populism and Trumpism and blah, blah, blah. And that's why, by the way, our opponents are calling it populism and Trumpism. Go read the articles. Our opponents are calling it Trumpism. Why? Stop everything. Why? Why are our opponents who define everything, who manipulate language about everything, who are changing definitions on the fly in, dictionaries, why do they accept the term Trumpism? Why do they use the word Trumpism? Because they know it's a fucking misnomer. Because they know it's wrong. Because they think that, we get rid of Trump and then Trumpism dies because it's Trumpism. The dumb ones think that, but the smart ones who understand, they say Trumpism because what we're really talking about is nationalism. They understand this. They understand that. So they're fine with us stupidly using this misnomer of Trumpism. That is wrong. It is nationalism. Think about that. They want to define everything. Why do they accept the definition? Why do they accept the term of Trumpism? Because it's a misnomer. They've realized that we've miscalculated. And so what do? If your opponent makes an error, don't intervene. Accept that. Accept that error. It is an error. The word that should be used is nationalism. It's effective. It works. And I'm telling you, if it ever changes that you have Tucker Carlson who's used the word, or, anybody else, somebody in 2024 or 2022, people that start running for congressional races, that start running for Senate, that start running for national races, for the presidency, for gubernatorial races, they come forward and they say, I'm not a Trumpist, I'm a nationalist. They will freak the fuck out. Watch. Calling it now. Call it now. I guarantee it. I guarantee it 100%. Bet everything I have on that. You see an opponent come to a candidate come to the stage and say, I am a nationalist and I'm running on a nationalist agenda. They will come down on them with everything in a way that they wouldn't when they would say Trumpism. They won't do it when they say Trumpism. But if they say nationalist or nationalism, they will come after them with everything they fucking got. Because that's when they'll show their hand and say they're recognizing what is working for them and they're calling it what it is. You watch. I know I'm right about this. And I challenge anybody to say otherwise, that that's not what it is. That's not what this all is. That it's not the distinction of internationalism and nationalism and the fact that we have erred in calling it Trumpism, populism, when it in fact is nationalism. Tucker Carlson knows this. Trump might not. Trump, he's so all over the place half the time. He might not understand what it is he's actually emphasizing in that and knows it by the name. Because he says populism and Trumpism and all this. He also said I'm a nationalist, but he never stuck with it. He just went on from there and never said it again. He said it once or twice and never said it again. But Tucker Carlson, he knows. He knows what he is. He's not a populist. I've even see him say that he isn't a populist. I've seen fucking Tucker Carlson say that he isn't a populist. So he gets it. He knows. He knows what's going on. He knows what this is all about, and he knows what he believes. He knows that he is in fact a nationalist. And that the politics of what is winning on the right and what people want, what everyone's craving for, is nationalism. And it is, the left has called it reactionary. There is truth to that. That when they're coming for everything, they're coming for your family. They're coming for your kids. They're coming for your religion. They're coming for your faith. They're coming for everything. The reaction is, what is left? The state and the nation. Oh, it's the nation. It's the nation. That's what we got to fall back on. It's the Constitution. Well, I'm a constitutionalist. And blah, 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 blah. The reaction that people have is to default to nationalism because that's what you got left. That's the unifying thing. Patriot Party, I don't think is right. You could just call it the Republican Party. Just take it over. Take it over. Keep pushing. Keep pushing, pushing, pushing. It takes a long time. It's like the socialists in the Democrat Party. That's like they're an insurgency within the party, and they are very slowly taking ground. They're very clearly taking ground, and they're suffering because of it. The Democratic Party, say whatever you want to about Joe Biden's extra 10 million votes, but it is losing for them. What they're doing is losing them. Voters, it's losing them seats, it's losing them states. It lost them Florida. What the Democrats are doing is slowly losing. And so that's why they are so dead set on amnesty, bring in 10 million new foreigners, bring them in, because they need voters. They are losing voters. You don't have to import a voter base if you have the voters. They're importing the voters because they're losing them. Who are they losing them to? A third party? To libertarians? To the Green Party? No. They're losing them to Republicans. Clearly losing them to Republicans. And it is because the Republican Party under Trump, since 2016, has veered dramatically in the direction from like 0 to 100. From internationalism, neocon bullshit, to nationalism. Everyone's, taking their cues from Trump. Even in my area, Republicans, what are they doing? Draping themselves in the flag, draping themselves in a Trump flag. They're putting on their MAGA cap and they're draping themselves in an American flag. Because Trump represents American nationalism. That is what he represents. And that is a winning ticket. Not in every district, obviously, but in my area, that's what my congressman just blew the fuck out. Some piece of shit radical Democrat who I hate. I hate the guy. He's a fucking lunatic. He just blew him the fuck out in this district by embracing Trump. He didn't go whole hog, but he clearly worked on that agenda. He clearly worked on the message of, I'm a Trump Republican. And he blew out. This district was 59% Republican. That's how the actual vote went for president. Trump won by I don't even know, I guess 9 points in my district. 9 points Trump won by. And while my congressman, who represents the whole fucking county, more than just that, but the whole county, he won by 20 points. It was higher. It was 64, 65. I'd have to look again how much he won by exactly. But it was way over double digits. It was close to 20 points. He blew this guy out. Just blew him out. And it was supposed to be a close call. But he destroyed him. So, anyways, I guess that's long enough on that. Because I'm getting hungry, I guess. I'm going to have to go out and get some food because I'm getting hungry from all this talking. All this hot air is making me hungry. Where was I? Oh, shit. Oh, no. This page is fucking up. Hold on here. So that's one super chat down. The guest says, me coughs, Facebook, this was a fairest election. There is no fraud here. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. I've seen people sending me stuff about how, Facebook, I don't know so much about Facebook, but definitely Twitter is, super overreacting to this, where, they're labeling memes. They're disputing memes at this point. Labeling them misinformation and all this shit. It's so crazy at the moment. Lelok says, will the I think Giuliani lawsuit face the precedent of Al Gore lawsuit? Every vote counts. I'm not sure of your comparison because it was down to one state, in that. And the lawsuit with Al Gore was really like, it just went to the Supreme Court and it was like, yeah, I don't know, George Bush won. Like, I'd have to go back and reread that because that was really up in the air. And that was because, like, of all the shit that went on in Florida, like the hanging chads and the dimples, and the Florida election in 2000 is fucking crazy. It's been a while since I read about it. Cowboy Curtis says, did you buy a shotgun yet, son? No, I have not. I need to buy some jeans. I need to go out and buy some dad jeans. That's what I need to do. I can't afford to buy no shotgun right now. Bull Moose says, we don't just need nationalism. We need to take the train all the way to nativism. The thing is with nativism is I don't necessarily disagree, but nativism is the point where you are going to start losing people. And like I say, in terms of what you do, I don't necessarily disagree, because with nativism, that's where you start crossing into the territory of where I am, where it's like, yeah, Puerto Rico's gone. Whatever we can get rid of is gone. Birthright citizenship is gone. You basically start getting into like actually changing the Constitution, and you are basically taking 100 years of precedence, if not more like 150 years, more actually, like 170 years of precedent, and you are just cleaving that off entirely. And like, you will, like, nativist policy in America will be radical. And that is my position. Like, what I want for America is radical change, where we will be undoing 170 years of existing precedent. And a lot of people are not going to agree with it. Like, there are an unbelievable amount of people that are very susceptible to the idea of, we are a nation of immigrants, keep birthright citizenship here. You know, if a Mexican crosses the border and has a baby, that kid's just as American as you or I. Like, a lot of people, like 100 million people are susceptible to that. And you can pursue a nationalist agenda and manage to accomplish a great deal of things in less than 10 years. But basically pursuing nativist policy, that is going to basically be the Trojan horse of nationalism. Is you pursue nationalism because it's popular. It's in vogue right now. It is. And underneath the blankets, the warm comfort of nationalism is nativist policy. And that is going to be like, English is the only language you can speak here in law. To print anything that is public in another language is a federal crime. Puerto Rico is now an independent nation, and if you have dual citizenship, you are now a Puerto Rican. That's going to be deeply unpopular. We are going to pursue the policy of pressuring the future Liberians to be Liberians. That's more nativist policy, and it's going to be taking a malcontent element of our nation that we can't reason with and bumping them out, correcting them, and not doing so in a violent fashion, doing so in the only way by which that we can deal with the situation, that the only way that we can correct it. It's going to be taking the future Liberians and, getting them where they're going to be, is in Liberia. Not here, because they're not Americans. They're Liberians. They're ethno-status, and they truly believe that, and so they can't be here. This isn't an ethno-state, so they can't be here. They have to go. And there's many ways by which that we can get them to go. And there's also the misnomer of natives. Nativist policy is going to be reflective of the true natives. I'm a native of America. You can trace my line, my ancestry, to the actual founding of the nation. That's what makes me a native to America. So the misnomer of natives, well, that's going to have to be something we don't recognize anymore, legally speaking. Federally, and a state basis, any basis, really. We can't recognize that anymore. Because they're also ethnostatus. They are legally recognized ethnostatus, and I don't recognize it. In principle, in terms of my morality, I don't recognize their ethnostates. They're colonies. I don't recognize them. I think that those colonies should be made America. We normalize relations and they dissolve and they become Americans. Because that's what I want them to be. I want them to be Americans. Not so-called natives, because they're not. They're maybe the proto-natives, but they're not natives. I'm a native. And there's no disputing that. Those are the hard facts about this nation, about America, and about truth. That's the truth. Not every member of my family is a native, but there are natives in my family, and my family in this part of, like, northern Pennsylvania and western New York, so western Pennsylvania, northern Pennsylvania, and western New York, my family has been in this nation since its inception. So it's that meme of my family has been here a long, long time. And so I believe that this is my nation to inherit from my ancestors. If you don't believe that, if you think you're inheriting some tribal ethno-state from your ancestors, well then, by definition, you're not an American. Your ethno-state is separate from America. And I don't recognize you. I don't recognize your stupid fucking you're alcohol-fueled, dysfunctional as fuck, corrupt as shit, despotic ethno-state. I don't recognize it because it's not American. And you don't claim to be. You don't claim to be American. You're that hyphen of non-American natives. So, dude, it's not popular. Like, again, I'm not a populist. I am not a populist. That isn't popular. The majority of the people in this nation don't feel that way. They look at the ethno-states and they're like, no, that's fine. Black nationalists, Indian nationalists, all these different ethno-nationalists, they're fine with it. They accept it even though it's fucking immoral. It is immoral. They accept it and I refuse. I dissent. I will never accept it. I will never accept your fucking ethno-states that are not American. And I'll if you disagree with that, I'm going to say it right now, even if you support me financially, if you accept these fucking ethno-states that are not American by definition, fuck you. Fuck you. These are immoral. Oh, let's just live in these fucking shitty, degenerate, dysfunctional, despotic ethno-states that operate on a whole nother set of rules. There's just, like, 2 layers of justice. There's 2 set of fucking rules. That is fucking immoral! I'll never understand how anyone in their right mind can fucking accept that. I will never understand it. So yes, I agree they're bull moose, but you have to recognize that for those of us who are nativists, like, people argue that nationalism is unpopular. That's not true. But nativism is not popular. We are the minority. Like, we are a minority within a minority. And we are basically, under the cover of nationalism, going to have to slip in nativism, and it is going to be a fucking fight like none other. Like, everyone's talking about, oh, like, it's such a fight for nationalism, even though it's popular right now. It's like, no. The hard case to make is going to be nativist policy. That is going to be the fucking hard case to make. Let's see, where are we? Patrick says, yo, Louis, I theorized the major axis of the left is Marx on one end and Karl Popper, Open Society, on the other end. You can add other axes. Like, well, I mean, if you get it down to those two, then it's not really true then, so you kind of negate your own point here. You can add other axes like racial collectivism, individualism, but this seems to be the main axis, and that they are both international. Well, in that part, you are correct. You are correct that they're both ultimately internationalists. I'm not really sure what to say to that. You know, I don't really know what the actual basis of the debate on the left is. To me, there isn't even a debate on the left. Like, it is basically the craven neoliberals who don't believe in anything and the fucking insane utopian communists. Like, that is the divide. That is just the divide on the left at the moment, is the craven, lying neoliberals and the insane utopians. That's it. Like, everyone else. And that's why I keep saying to Dev, drop your flag. I keep saying to him to this on stream, on Discord, on Twitter. I keep telling him, drop your fucking flag, because it is over. Because he's neither. He's neither one of those categories. He's not a craven, neoliberal, lying piece of shit, money-grubbing fuck, and he's not a utopian ideologue. He's neither of those things. So what are you doing? What do you think you're fucking fighting for? You know, it's over. You've lost. There's nothing left. Drop your flag. You can say you're politically homeless, or you can join the right, but that's all those are your choices. You are fighting a non-existing battle. You are the Japanese dude in the mountains after the war's been over for 15 years. Like, that is you. Thinking you're going to win or do anything. Maybe stand on principle for the war that I'm doing nothing with. It's like, no, you could be politically excised, in exile, trying to do what you can, or you can be on the right, fighting for you to be represented, but fighting a fight on a side where there is no chance at victory, that is just meaningless. It is pointless. Like, I'm trying to help you when I say to drop your fucking flag. It isn't just me saying, oh, haha, you lost, or any shit like that. It is me trying to tell you, I was in your position. I was wrong then. I dropped my flag. I joined the right. And I believe I am better off here because there is just so much fertile ground. So much fertile ground to work with on the right. It is just endless opportunities, endless, ways to advance what I want on the right. It is just, that's what, it's so great. It's just all this opportunity. It is the Wild West on the right. And everyone can complain about the establishment. The establishment is on the ropes. They are on the ropes. They are attached to them. They have grabbed them with both arms. They have their arms and legs wrapped around the ropes. They're not letting go. And people are bitching, oh, they're on the ropes. We can't push them off. We're pushing them off. Oh, they won't go. You have to recognize that we are pushing them out. Every year we are pushing them out. They are losing more and more ground every fucking year. And this started in 2016. This started in 2016. It has been 4 fucking years, and they are barely grasping onto the ropes, the ones that are outspoken, and all the ones that aren't, they have slipped under the ropes, and they are pretending to be dead. That's the state of the Republican Party. That is the state of the right, where our enemies are either lying outside the ring, pretending they went over the top, and that, nice wrestling analogy here, or metaphor. They've rolled under the ropes. They're playing dead, playing possum, which is another wrestling term. And our vocal opponents are literally on the ropes, clinging on for dear life. And who's to say that we won't be able to push them out? Like, they're on the ropes. They're there. Like, all the Republicans are waking up. 70 million Republicans are waking up. I don't understand why people are so defeatist and pessimistic. Like, everyone is recognizing the establishment. Everyone's recognizing them. Like, hey, it's the uni-party theory of Alex Jones. The neolibs, the neocons, they're on the same side. Tens of millions of people on the right are waking up to this as we speak. How the fuck are you being pessimistic right now? It's great. I mean, yes, we could lose, and yeah, it's going to be bad in the immediate, and it's not, I mean, the establishment is going to come back with full authority in 2024. Expect it. Everyone will tell you that. Everyone's telling you the establishment is coming back in 2024. Even people like Steven Crowder, who's probably going to go all in for someone like Dan Crenshaw or Nikki Haley. He's probably going to go all in on them. He is telling you that he's honest enough to tell you that in 2024, the establishment, as he calls it, is going to come back with a vengeance. We can expect it years in advance. And in those years, we can be prepared and know that I'm registered, I can vote in the primary, I'm not voting for them. So yeah, I take your black pills and all that and fuck off. Fuck off with that. Because my wrestling metaphor stands. That appears to be what the situation is. There is ample ground for us to take. And like I say, bro, like, Fox News is self-immolating right now. A lot of people don't maybe not know what's going on. Fox News right now is self-immolating. And so now you have all of these disillusioned right-wingers, like all these boomer Republicans and all these right-winger types that are like, oh, fuck Fox News, fuck the establishment, fuck the machine, fuck everyone, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, we're all sitting here. We are all sitting here. This, all like, Fox News, is, as Stick says all the time, Stick says this, a bunch of people say this, Fox News, they are our competitors. Like, the only exception, obviously, is Tucker Carlson and maybe a handful of other people, but, like, they are our direct competitors, and it's not like any of these people are going to be joining the left. They blame the left, and they blame the Republican Party. So, we are sitting in a position where we can be gaining ground, and I've already screamed about, what we should be doing, I guess I can take my headphones off because I'm not really listening to anything. I'm probably going to be too loud in this. We have everything to gain, is my point. There is a chance that, if Trump loses, we will lose things, and it will be bad, and there'll be bad things that happen over 4 years, and, kids are going to be chopping off their dicks and killing themselves, and blah, 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 blah. But in the long term, unless we totally shit the bed, there is still a lot of opportunity in front of us. But my frustration is just that, like, it's not to say that we haven't made mistakes, because Trump and the Republicans not doing shit about social media over the past 4 years, that was a major fucking mistake. That was a major mistake. And right now they're trying to pivot and be like, oh, go to Parler, get on Rumble and all this bullshit. It's like, you know, Parler is just a small platform. It is a small platform that only so many people will see, that only has so much reach, that only has so much appeal, and that the best opportunity you had was to do a reset, was to destroy Google, destroy Facebook, destroy Twitter. I mean, they're so far gone now that I didn't say this until now, but that is my position. You should destroy all these companies and start over. And that is your best option. Because then you start at 0. Because Parler is you starting at 0 while your enemies are at 100. Your enemies are already up here at 100. You're starting at fucking 0. You are a direct competitor where you can't really compete. Parler is never going to compete with the big boys. Rumble is never going to compete with fucking YouTube. BitChute, even though I still financially support them, they're trying and they're trying to gain ground, but it doesn't in any way compete with the fucking mass that is YouTube. But if you destroy YouTube, now what happens to BitChute? Now what happens to Rumble? If you destroy Twitter, now what happens to Parler? If you destroy all these companies, everyone starts at 0. And that is where we can gain. But the way that it is, with the Republicans having failed to do anything about social media, that is going to be one of the hurdles that we are now stuck with forever until something is done. That unless, you know, out of the fucking blue, everyone's talking about the MySpace effect. Oh, Facebook and all, the MySpace effect, the MySpace effect. Okay, when? Any of them, just name one. When is the MySpace effect going to occur for any of these fucking platforms? And if it does, what is to stop any of these platforms from buying out these fucking platforms? Like, oh, people are going to fucking Pinterest and fucking Instagram and all this shit, or they were whenever they were. Well, then they're owned. They're owned. So you gained nothing. You gained absolutely nothing. They still hold 100%. You know, it is a cartel of these companies that control the entire fucking industry, and no ground can be gained. You know, BitChute is trying, and I financially support them, so I have skin in the game, but as it stands, there is no MySpace effect. There is no translation to where BitChute is going to gain 10 million users, 20 million users, while fucking YouTube is gaining that every fucking day. If even that. You know, 10 million a day. That might be a conservative estimate. Social media was one of the biggest fuck-ups of the past 4 years. You know, it was one of the things that the Republicans desperately needed to handle, but they're either bought off, or they're like Dave Rubin or the others who are fucking stupid. The private company, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, let's say that philosophically we agree. Any principle, any piece of your philosophy which ends in you being tyrannized is something that you should dispense with in a second. Any belief that I hold to, where in the end I am going to be tyrannized, I am just going to dispense with that principle, with that philosophy. There is no principle, there's no philosophy or philosophical concept that I hold to where I'm going to stand by it and be murdered, genocided, imprisoned, you know, or just tyrannized. There is nothing that I will hold to that I will not dispense with if that is the end state. And so it's like, oh, a private company can do whatever it wants unless the state says otherwise. Oh, well, this is my company. These are my servers. Well, not if the state comes in and says, no, these are mine now, which the state has the authority to do. The state can say, okay, you guys are acting as a cartel. All your shit is now ours. The state can do that if it wants to. And if the question is that something that I would morally agree to, or is that my philosophical position? No, I don't agree with that. But if my choices are that, or tyranny, being under the yoke of tyranny for the rest of my life, guess which one I'm going to choose? Guess which one is the right choice? If that's your choice, and that is the choice as far as I'm sitting, where I'm sitting and what I see, that is the choice. You destroy these companies, or we're under the tyranny of an actual, demonstrable cartel of companies that control 100% of an industry. And what is that industry? Is it creating yarn? Is it the paper industry? Are these the people creating cars? Are these the people creating pencils? Or is this industry the largest source of the distribution and access of information across the entire world? What is this? What is this industry? Is it creating erasers? What is this cartel? What is this market they control? What is it? Is it something completely inconsequential? Or is it the most important thing? What is it? You answered in the chat. What is this industry? And I hold to the principle of a private company could apparently fuck regulation entirely. It could break the law even, fuck regulation. A company can literally defraud its own customers and contractors. A company can literally do whatever it wants. I'm a fucking retard. That's my philosophical worldview. A company can do whatever it wants. These aren't inconsequential things that this is the business of, that these companies are selling or providing. This is not inconsequential bullshit. This is the most consequential fucking thing. What does anything else matter? If you are not free to think, then what does anything else matter? Nothing else matters, if you are not free to think. Everything else is inconsequential. Everything else is a fucking detail to the fact that you cannot think. If you cannot think, then everything else is just inconsequential. And that is what these people, that is their service. Information. Access to information and knowledge. To reality itself. That is what they sell. And that is what they are gatekeeping. That is what the cartel is for. Gatekeeping information. Goddamn, dude. It's one of these days, dude, I really want to have an argument, like a genuine argument. I try to avoid arguments and debates with people because that's just not really what I do, because I'm too heated to effectively argue. But one of these days, I do want to have an argument with somebody about that fucking phrase of, oh, private companies can do whatever the fuck they want. And it's like, oh, really? Oh, really? You mean like, I'll start a company and I'm going to just defraud the fuck out of you. I'm just going to use despotic means to take every fucking thing you have. Like, I'm just going to seize the land from under you. I'm going to take your wife. I'm going to take your kids. I'm going to make them my fucking property. I'm going to take everything of yours. And you're going to just sit there like a fucking faggot repeating that rhetoric of a private company can do whatever the fuck a private company can do anything. There are obvious limitations to that. You don't believe that. You don't hold to that. That's not really what you mean. You're regurgitating rhetoric of something you don't actually understand, you don't believe, and that you haven't thought about for more than a fucking second. Outside of you are a fucking, you are being pegged in the ass by what you perceive as capitalism, and you like it. Capitalism is not a worldview. It is an economic model. It is a tool. It's not a god. It is not fucking infallible. And if you think it is, you are a utopian retard. And again, am I a capitalist? Yes, I'm a capitalist. I am fucking philosophically opposed to the state intervening in the market unnecessarily like it has been this entire fucking year. Because it has destroyed so many people's lives. Like, think of how many people in this country that have put a revolver or a pistol in their mouth and pulled the fucking trigger because their lives have been ruined by the state. My worldview is antithetical to that. But just because that's the case doesn't mean that I don't understand that a private company is capable of tyranny. So yeah, give me a chance. Like, I probably won't even win over the audience in that conversation. I probably will have like half the audience fucking hating me. Because that just seems to be how it goes. But I will make the case that being a cuck for capitalism is retarded. And that when you are a cuck for capitalism, you are a cuck for despotism. That's what it means to be a cuck for capitalism, is you are in favor of, an excuse maker for, despotism. Because when you let capitalism off the leash, you just let it go, that's what it becomes. It just becomes despotism. That a certain group of people control the markets, and then they just tyrannize everything and everyone below them. They just become despotic. And that isn't freedom. That isn't freedom, that isn't liberty, that isn't capitalism. And that's the thing, like, you should never believe in a system or a model or something where you can trace a line. You just trace a line between the beginning and the end, where the beginning is freedom and liberty and competition, and the end is tyranny. And I can very obviously see that with capitalism. Okay, hey, it's the early 2000s, you have all these startups, and hey, look at all these different companies. You got Apple, you got Macintosh, you got all these other, it's the same company, sorry. You have Macintosh, you have Microsoft, rather, that's what I was thinking of. You have all these startup companies. You have this thing called, MySpace. You have AOL online. You have all these companies competing, and then you have YouTube, and then you have Google, and then you have, there's Facebook, and then you have this new company called YouTube, and hey, look at these videos that are crazy, and you got all these other, video sharing websites and stuff too. But then, what happens? Growth. Then all these companies go, hey, we own Congress, and we basically have a legal cutout that allows us to do whatever the fuck we want. Let's work together. And then all of Congress goes, oh shit, well, we can either destroy this entire market and have it start over. We literally hit the hard reset button. And we have to basically destroy an entire industry and have it restart. Or we can just allow this cartel to exist and we get kickbacks. We get paid to let this cartel exist. And what do all the politicians do? They just accept it. They accept it because they don't want to blow up the market. So they say, hey, you're not against capitalism, are you? Because here's the end state of capitalism. A cartel that controls 100% of the fucking industry. Your choices are blow it up or let the cartel continue. And that's capitalism. People are saying you should make the distinction between capitalism and corporatism. Capitalism is just, it's not a single state. Like, the way people think of capitalism is like how they think of communism. Like, no. Communism is where there is no state. And there is no this or that. It's like, yeah. Capitalism is not a philosophical worldview. It is a tool. It is a tool. It is what you utilize. You know, I've already said this a million fucking times. Capitalism is not a state of being. It's not how you should think of capitalism. In the same way, the communists make the same mistake. No, communism is when the state dissolves. Like, that's how you think of capitalism. You have a utopian view of this worldview, this utopian world of anarcho-capitalism. It's just a model. It is simply just a model. There will never be perfect capitalism. It's not to say that we can't denationalize or privatize a whole bunch of shit. It's not to say that you aren't philosophically right about this and that and the intervention of the state and this and that. But the thing is a fucking cartel is created. Now what? We have a cartel in the social media sphere. We have a cartel over information in Google. Now what? I don't hear an answer. I don't hear, competition? Where the fuck is it? Where? It's just a joke. It is just a joke. The problem is that what happened when competition stops? Hey, capitalists, what happens when competition stops? Now what? Now what the fuck do you do? I mean, that is the outstanding question. Like, again, the go-to thing is, well, you agree with the tyrannization of the state and you agree with all the public sector. And I'm like, no, I'm literally raising you a question that you can't fucking answer. You can't answer this fucking question. You just say, well, competition will materialize. Where? When? We have a cartel as it relates to social media and the distribution of information. Now what? Now what the fuck do we do? So I just want to make it clear. I am a capitalist, but I'm asking the arch capitalists, the cucks of capitalism, that see it as their worldview. We have this cartel that exists. Now what? You know, like, that is the answer that I'm waiting for. And if competition is gonna restart, where? Where the fuck is it? And I am the one financially contributing to a competitor of the website I'm currently using. I'm using this platform. I financially support a competitor to it. When is that platform going to get $10 trillion in investment and take off? You know, when? How does it happen? Work it out for me. Lay out the model where BitChute goes from being what it is to getting $10 trillion investment and becoming a multinational, transnational, trillion-dollar fucking firm. Show me the fucking roadmap for that. Anyways, that was a fucking tangent. Sam Petrie says, decent optimism, Louis, I applaud, but let's ignore that for a sec. What fucking Mong got it through Don Benjamin's head that New York was gonna... Don Carlos, you mean? That New York was gonna go red. That'll happen the day intelligentsia goes back to World War I. and becomes nationalist again. I know what you mean by that. I mean, the thing is like I said, I'm not black-pilled on New York, but I don't know. That was just like pure Trump hype bullshit. He wasn't alone in saying that. Like, he got people talking in his ear about that shit. And, like, he just doesn't live here. A lot of people that talk about New York don't understand it. Like, I was in the stream during the election, and people are like, this guy doesn't know anything about New York. Like, what about upstate? What about, like, go watch that election stream, okay? In the chat, when I was talking about New York, people were like, bro, what about upstate? What about upstate? It was like 10,000 people in the chat saying, what about upstate New York? All the while, not knowing, because they don't know me, they don't know anything. I'm from Western New York. My family has spent several generations in New York. You don't think I know anything about this fucking state, you fucking retards? But that's the thing. Like, people from New York don't understand it. They don't understand the state. They live vicariously that, like, you know, you have New York City and then upstate New York is like fucking Louisiana. Like, we're all up here being like, yeah, boy, Trump, you know, MAGA 2020, MAGA 2024, fuck niggers, you know, like, we're all like super hardcore white nationalist fucking people up here in upstate New York. Like, that is the view that people have. And they're delusional. They're completely fucking delusional. And, I mean, that's just that's how I view it. Is that's what they think. Is that downstate is, you know, nothing but Democrats, and upstate is nothing but, like, fucking Klansmen, like literal Klansmen. And it's like, oh man, based in red pill. It's like, you fucking retards don't know what you're talking about. It really, I almost said something during that stream and shit on the audience, but I know enough. I know enough when I'm on a Sargon stream, never shit on the audience. Unless, like, you know something 100% and there's a very good reason that the chat is fucked up or something like that, then maybe you do it to throw it in their face. But anytime you got 10,000 people in the chat be like, bro, what about upstate? This guy doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what he's talking about, upstate New York. It's like, you know, what can I fucking say? Like, what am I supposed to say to this dumb fuck audience? Anyways, but, you know, about Sargon, he had somebody whispering in his ear, you know, Don Carlos is foreign, and he is surrounded by, you know, MAGA chuds, and he is getting sweet nothings whispered in his ear 24/7. That is the issue with, you know, Don Carlos, is he's surrounded by Trumpers and that, who are endlessly whispering sweet nothings in his ear. And I am one of the honest capos. I am his consigliere. I am the guy trying to tell him hard truths. You know, I am, oh God, what is the name from, Sopranos? I'm Silvio to, you know, his Tony, okay? That's who I am in terms of his capos. I'm Silvio. You know, I'm trying to tell him what the truth is and what the situation is, and it's up to him whether he decides to listen or not. Wayside Comet says, I'm in the military and am within 5 years of retirement. Wow. You're old. You're a boomer listening to this. At least, I don't know when you retire. What do you mean? Are you retiring, like, retiring, or retiring from the military? Because that can mean two things. Really scared of a warmonger taking office, but it's the job. Would love to have Trump in office. Majority of my time left, but the system is against me. Love you, bro. Well, thank you, Wayside Comet. I don't know, man. If you are in the military, or I mean, you could be in the military, you could be in the police. Like, you have good cause to be black-pilled if Biden takes office. I'm not going to lie about that. Like, we very likely are, even in 4 years, going to be involved in some kind of military campaign with Biden. Because the dude, like somebody, I don't know if it was bullshit, but he has cozied up to a bunch of fucking straight out neocons. Like somebody was tweeting the other day about he's taking advice from literal Dick Cheney. Like Dick Cheney is giving, I don't know, this could be bullshit. But George Will and all these other fuckers, they are going to be part of fucking his administration. Like all of these neocons from the right are going to be part of Biden's administration, straight up. So, you know, I'm not going to be in the military, so I'm sorry, you know, I hate to say it, but you have very good cause to be blackpilled. Like, you could be involved in some fucking frivolous military conflict where you go over there and die because, you know, Israel needs a distraction because they're trying to gain some more land from the fucking Muslims. You know, whatever their fucking strategy is over there. It doesn't even make any sense what the fuck strategy there is over there. What the fuck was Libya? What was Libya? What the hell were we even trying to accomplish there, let alone everything else? Afghanistan is another one. What the fuck are we even trying to do there? And even with people that say, oh, you know, wink, nod, Israel, it's like, even there, it doesn't even make any sense to me. You know? So yeah, I'm sorry, but like, you are gonna see straight up neocons all over the place in a Biden administration. People talk about progressive and socialists. You will see them on like domestic policy, but when it comes to foreign policy, it is gonna be straight ticket neocons. So sorry, I hate to be blackpilled on that, and it's not over yet, but if it is over eventually, that's what you're gonna get, I guarantee it. Bull Moose says, Andrew Jackson / Theodore Roosevelt 2024 either can occupy the presidency, only good things can come of it. Well, they're dead, so I get your meaning, but they're fucking dead. We need living bodies. We're not the Democratic Party. We can't have, you know, dead people in office, so we need people who are alive. Charlie says, go look at Trump's recent tweets. He's calling it all out. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, I've seen some people like say, you know, Trump talks, like that's Trump's agenda is Trump talks. But, you know, Trump is kind of hamstrung. I don't really want to be down on Trump because I spent a decent amount of the stream, well, not really that much of a long, decent amount of stream, shitting on his summer campaigning. Trump is what he is. You know, I don't think it's not a good time to shit on Trump. But if anything, if you put aside the you know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of ballots that don't make sense, and that like it's been reported that there were hundreds of thousands of votes cast that went way beyond registered voters, and that there were counties or districts or whatever where the numbers of votes cast, okay, were over that by like 100,000, 200,000 for eligible fucking voters, not registered voters, but who could even fucking vote there. Over 200,000 that have been fucking reported. I can't verify that because I don't know. I can't access this information to argue it, but that is impossible. That is impossible. It's not even just questionable and, oh, this doesn't pass the smell test. Hundreds of thousands of votes in areas where it is hundreds of thousands over that of eligible voters, not, you know, registered, but I am over fucking 18, and there's X amount of people. It's impossible. So, when I'm reading shit like that, I'm like, bro, what the fuck even is this? Like, come the fuck on with this. Like, all I want is an explanation of how this is even conceivably possible. How the fuck is this possible? Is it like, you know, they're not registered because they moved out of the county, or, you know, they have a summer home and it's like maybe there's some kind of plausible explanation of this. And maybe we're talking about 100 votes. 200 votes in a Florida county are over that of the eligible voters. Because it's like, oh, no, I have a residency here and I voted here. And it's like, it's not voter fraud. I do live here. I am registered here, but I also have a house in New York and it's my summer home. And it's like, oh, okay, there's a problem in the process. And there's a lot of people like that have 2 homes. And it's like, there's a problem there and it's a problem with the machinery. We'll work that out, straighten that out. But hundreds of thousands? What? So, when I see shit like that, it's like, no, dude, this is fucking ridiculous. This is over the top. This isn't the dead rising and, Sharpies on the ballots or, hanging chads or dimples in the ballots or any, like, this isn't low-key shit. This is unbelievable, like, impossible shit that is going on, allegedly. Like, I don't know what to believe. It's just like you read shit like that and it's like, yeah, here's a person on Fox News saying it. Here's a person on this network saying it. Like, network news in this outlet, this major outlet, an allegation of hundreds of thousands of votes beyond that of eligible voters in these counties. It's like, fucking what? So I see that, and I'm just like, yo, this, like, what the fuck? What the fuck is even going on? So, yeah, that's what scares me about Wisconsin and Michigan is like, yo, Republican Party, do not be betting everything on fucking Pennsylvania when there is all this insane shit coming out of Wisconsin and Michigan, and it's close in those states. It's like there is insane shit coming out from those states. And again, I don't know what's true. But if half of this shit is true, then you should be adding these into your lawsuits and researching as fast as possible. And just the thing is, get people on record. Get people signing affidavits as to this shit going on. Like, I witnessed X, Y, and Z of this shit going on. These are the fucking laws. These are the precedents in these states. And just get the fucking, are they bobcats? Like the small loaders? The bobcats out with their I think they're called pails. The front of those vehicles, the heavy machinery. You take the pail or the front loader, whatever it is, and you load it up with votes and you cast that shit out. Just take them by the bucket load, by the pail load. Just scoop them up and just throw them into the ocean. Get rid of them. Throw them into the Great Lakes. Dump them. Because allegedly, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of votes meet those conditions to where you can just go out, illegal votes, out, not counted. And those are those states, period. Those are those states. Because I guarantee you throw out those fucking ballots, you throw out those fucking votes, you think it's going to stay Biden? I don't think so. You throw out those bullshit ballots, and I say it goes screaming back into the hands of Trump. And I'm not saying it's a done deal. I'm not saying that all of these allegations are true. Obviously, not all can be true. But if half of them are true, to all the shenanigans and all the bullshit that's going on here, all this starts with an F, ends with an odd. It's what I used to investigate. If half of this shit is true, then these states, you can dump these hundreds of thousands of votes into the fucking Great Lakes or wherever, into the Atlantic, wherever they are, into the Gulf, if we're talking about Georgia. Dump them, and those states will immediately flip back to Trump. And that's why I say don't just go after fucking Pennsylvania, because you could lose it. Go after Arizona. Go after Georgia. Go after Alaska, apparently, because it still hasn't been called. Go after all these different states. Anyways. I guess I will get a new picture on screen. It's been how many hours? 2-3 hours? I should stop soon. I'm going to have to go out and get some food. The question's going to be, Do I actually go make myself something? Or, and this is the more likely choice, I'm fucking lazy. It's 10 o'clock at night. Do I go to Mighty Taco? Or Taco Bell, rather, because that's the nearest. Or go to McDonald's? You know, do I settle for one of those? Oh, here's an interesting image. I just went onto someone's Pixiv. How do you say this website? Pixiv? I didn't even mean to do that. And no, I won't do Fate/Grand Order, because... Or maybe I will, whatever. I'll just put up this image, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Put something new on screen. Which is, it's ostensibly Yuri. Let's see here. My fucking speakers are starting to create noise. The guest says, your stream literally has a disclaimer that the... No fucking way. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm gonna go look at that right now. I'm gonna check that shit right now. Put something new on screen. Oh my god, it's true! Oh my god, it's fucking true. Oh my god, it's true. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's true. I have a disclaimer on the fucking video. Oh my god. I love how it's like, you know, like, no, dude, this all, it has, like, I saw somebody say it in the chat, it's been debunked. And it's like, yeah, by the way, there's lawsuits all across the country alleging fucking fraud. Like, YouTube, I'm adding allegedly to this. Like, what do you even want me to say? You know, you can debunk this all you want and take a stand, which you are, but the fact of the fucking matter is that, like, I'm not the one filing these fucking lawsuits. I'm the one, I'm saying allegedly because I'm not the one alleging them. I'm saying that that is being alleged, and that lawsuits are being fucking filed, and they fucking are, and it could go all the way to the fucking Supreme Court. Say whatever you want to. That is the situation as it is, and you can take a stand and say, we as Google disagree. But don't give me this fucking bullshit. You know? As though you're nonpartisan. Give me a fucking break. People are complaining about the image, so I'll put this on screen instead. Oh, actually, is this the Pivx or Pixiv? What? They're censoring this? Fucking fuck this website. Can I blow this up? Oh, fuck off! Fuck this website. Let's put this on screen. Fucking YouTube, dude. Let's see, where do we go? I can't, dude, I can't. Thank you for telling me that there, guest. I can't believe that shit. Why are people internationalists? I've never seen the point of one besides being more money, laissez-faire capitalism, or some sort of massive power grab in the name of the greater good. It's Will that says that. Basically, I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons. There's like an amalgamation of issues that all become one. Why is my mic pointed down? Sorry, I had to adjust my mic. It's a combination of things, but like I would say the largest group that are internationalists or like are post-nationalists, they are the Kool-Aid drinkers. Like they are the people that really do believe that in the 21st century, nation states are obsolete, and that the better world will be when we achieve a nationless world. That like we will, like, they're fucking stupid. It's like we're going to eliminate nationhood by joining a multi, you know, like I am trying to use the EU as an explanation, but I'm fucking up. We're going to join a multi-regional state that is somehow post-national. Like, they're fucking retarded. They're irrational. I've already said it, and it's my belief that these people are irrational. They are utopian. Like, that is their worldview. And that is a hell of a lot of those people. I don't want to say it's the majority, but a lot of the people who are actual internationalists or post-nationalists, they have bought into the bullshit, hook, line, and sinker, and they have become irrational. They have their utopia in mind, and they don't give a fuck how we get there, just that we get there. And that is me giving them the benefit of the doubt. Because I think that a very, very large contingent of the internationalists are just people looking to cash in. Like, they see that there is, like, example, the carbon tax. The carbon tax is nothing more than a transaction of wealth. Like, it is the creation of a tax where you have an industry that people have already invested in that they will directly get money from. Like, they're going to get the dividends from the carbon tax. So the carbon tax is a scam. It is literally a globalist / internationalist, and I mean this. Like, I'm saying this literally. It is a scam. It is like public housing. They're putting the money in because they expect an unbelievable amount of money out. And they will benefit. It's not about the environment. It's not even about, like, takeover of the world. It's about money. It's about money. And it's an industry. It's been built. It's an artificial industry that should not exist, but it exists. And they plan to use it to just get money. And I think that is an unbelievable. And anyone, you get any of the people that know anything about the EU. Find anyone that knows anything about the EU. And that is a massive component to the EU. Is creating regulations where you directly benefit monetarily from. That is a major contingent of globalism, of internationalism, are the fucking lying shitheels who are doing this, not because they're the true believer utopians, because they're going to make a fuckload of money from this shit. So a major component of internationalism are people that are rubbing their hands together and saying, I'm going to make so much fucking money, and I don't have to do shit. I don't have to do a fucking thing. I'm going to have this international body or the state, and we're going to pass this bullshit regulation. All the fucking faggot leftoids, all the faggot leftists, and all the suburban soccer moms, they're going to be like, oh, I'm saving the environment. But all it is me making a fuckload of money for doing nothing. That's all it is. And again, all the conspiracies, it's as simple as money. Never create hyperbole and a conspiracy, a conspiracy theory, a wacky conspiracy theory about, we're gonna, whatever, we're gonna make you live in I don't know, a fiefdom, whatever, like, we're gonna make you live in hobbit homes, stuff like that. And maybe that's true, whatever. But whenever all of it boils down to making money is the end result, that a bunch of people just get fucking, like, business as usual, but the businesses pay a percentage to the internationalists, then it's just about fucking money. Then it's all about money. And that's all it is about. Simple as that. And, like, public housing. Public housing is that. That's all public housing is the politician robs my wallet, shits these fucking tenement buildings and all these, and people, that's just tenements, Louis. Yeah, it's also shitty fucking, duplexes and this ugly shit housing. I have family in the projects. I've spent enough of my life in the projects. Not another second and I'd be loving my life if I had to spend any more in the projects. or around tenements that are public housing, okay? Shitholes. All of them. Shitholes. And they know this. They know this. And it's because when the people there destroy them because they don't own the property, they don't care about the property, they don't maintain the property, the state does, and does a minimal amount of that. They destroy the property. Well, guess what? I get built again, and they build more. And all their fucking friends who they get kickbacks from, who run all the contracting companies, they get money all over again. It's all about the fucking money. It's all about the money in the kickbacks. There is no conspiracy more than just that. You don't need an additional security. Like, oh, they're Louis, they're coming for our property rights. No, they're coming for our money. Maybe some of the utopians are coming for our property rights, but the cynical assholes that stand to gain from public housing, especially in the fucking UK, and especially in America, and when it comes to the carbon tax and all this shit, it's about money. Let's see. My back is starting to hurt from leaning forward from yelling. Oh, did I skip one from the guest? I think I did. Oh, no, I didn't. He said it about the AP. Turtle says, oil and gas Pennsylvania worker here. Take some of my money before I get laid off. Yeah, rip. Sorry, dude. Well, the question is, I had my father ask me this. I conversed with my parents for the first time the other day about the election. Like, I've been very much distancing myself from my parents because it's just our relationship is what it is. And I went over there for a steak dinner because my father cooks a mean steak. And went over there for the dinner, and of course my mother brings it up. And I tried to, I realized, like, I have to be the mediator, even though, like, they see me as opposite. But it's like, no, I have to play the mediator. I have to fucking, couch everything in what I say in mediation. And so I basically said, in all honesty, and I said this to my father, who I'm pretty sure voted Biden. I said, with Biden, on trade and everything else practically, outside of a few things, like especially on the economy, and because my mother brought up what's going on in Pennsylvania with fracking and that, and I said, I said to her, you tell me. Like, I have no idea what he's gonna do. Who knows? Like, he contradicted himself all over the place about fracking, about energy, about economics. He contradicted himself completely. And I said, the only thing that I won't be generous about is that he will be terrible, the worst, even worse than I said this to my mother and father for shock value, and they both reacted like because they knew what I was saying. I said Joe Biden will be worse than Hillary Clinton on trade, and I said you can take that to the bank. And they're like, oh, like they're like, even my father who voted for the guy was like, oh, like, butt clenching moment, like, oh, you're probably right. It's like, yeah, I am right. He's gonna be terrible on fucking trade. He is the ultimate sellout on trade. But in the case of Turtle here, dude, you might be able to keep your job. Who the fuck knows what the fuck this guy is going to do if he wins? Like, who knows what he's going to do? Obama just was not entirely hands off, but towards the end was kind of like, okay, this is helping me. So I'll kind of like lean back and just sort of let this go, let this kind of play out, because he stood to gain from it and fuck the environmentalists. I mean, the thing that I like, if I were to take anything of that he said, and who knows if he still believes this, but if I was going to take on camera and cream pie with an actual cream pie, for comedic purposes, for embarrassment, Sargon in the face, and I mean specifically a literal cream pie of cream filling within a pie tin, just being very, very specific about that in Sargon's face, embarrass him, so to say, that being the metaphor. It would be around environmentalism. Okay, when it comes to environmentalism, Everyone is worried about what's going on in their backyard, and everyone is sympathetic to the idea of not wanting to live in a fucking landfill. Because I live not that far away from a fucking massive fucking landfill. It has to be one of the largest landfills in this fucking state, bro. And obviously, it like fucks with the sewer lines. Like, people could say whatever about leakage. Like, I don't remember before when they put that landfill in smelling the stench of like the sewers and the air in certain areas in the summer. Like, it doesn't smell immediately in my area, but there is a creek that runs through my neighborhood that during the summer kind of smelled like, like a creek. So it wouldn't smell too good when it would get hot. But ever since then, ever since they put in that massive landfill, there is a stench in this area that, like, it just drifts. And the thing is, too, I live near a bunch of farms, so you smell shit in the summers, okay? You smell shit from the farms, and it has a distinct smell. But this is something very distinctly different. And I don't remember it ever until they put in that massive fucking landfill. Ever since they did that, it's in Niagara Falls. If you drive down through, like, Niagara Falls, near the highway, there's a massive landfill there, and it doesn't smell like this always, but at certain points of the summer, the whole fucking city, sometimes you smell the mist of the falls, but other times you smell the shit of that fucking massive landfill. And I'm very confident it is that. So the point being, Jesus Christ, that everyone is concerned about the environment. Everyone is concerned about the environment. Everyone. Everyone wants clean water. Everyone wants clean streets, except for if you're a fucking leftist, apparently. Really. Garbage and all the rest and homeless people living on the streets is fine. So you're it's like, like, your environmentalism is everywhere but here. My immediate area, where I live. It's everywhere else in the fucking world but right here. Then this place can be a fucking degenerate shithole. Then you don't care at all what the streets are like. But everywhere else that's where you're concerned about. And so that's why I would take my metaphorical cream in a tin and cream pie Sargon in the face, because him embracing plastic bags and, like, being more sympathetic to environmentalism, that is a fucking joke. That is a joke. That is embarrassing. And who's to say if he still believes that? But it is a joke. The whole basis underlying all of that around plastic bags, paper bags, just what is popular, like, pop environmentalism, it is a fucking joke. It is a lie. It is nothing but a series of untruths, lies. Nothing but. And like I say, the ultimate joke is that these people want all of our cities and all of our towns and all of our suburbs to be degenerated, third world, if not like post-apocalyptic shit holes. They don't care. It's all about all of environmentalism is about the third world. All of environmentalism is about the fucking third world. And I could spend the next hour talking about this. I don't want to anymore. Fuck it. It is embarrassing. It is embarrassing. Environmentalism is about the third world, and these leftists, leftists, whatever you want to call them, environmentalists, okay? They don't want my streets to be clean. Because I'll tell you this, my policies would have these streets spit shined to where you could eat off these fucking streets. But the problem is you won't accept what is required in order for that to be the case. And that's the hard fact. Oh my god, I just saw the chat. Fuck off. It's the problem that it used to be like it's where it comes from. It's where the phrase comes from. To be cream pied, it's where it comes from. It's literally taking a cream pie to the face. It's been ruined. It's been ruined. You people have ruined it with your fucking your dirty minds. You've ruined it. You've ruined a good phrase that I want to bring back. Anyways, where the fuck was I? I gotta wrap this up. My stomach is like gurgling fiercely. Where the fuck was I? Holy shit, where was I? Oil and gas. Cowboy Curtis says, I should just mail one of my shotguns to your local gun store and you could pay the transfer of $3, probably like $23. It's appreciated there, Cowboy Curtis, but like, I don't know, if things were about to go nuclear, like if we were about to, seriously enter into like, if we were about to go, I don't want to say the B word because I think that's just a CIA op, honestly. But if we were in Tim Pool territory, let's say that instead, because Tim Pool is probably more right. Or accurate, I should say. If we were in Tim Pool territory, then maybe you can email me and I take you up on that. But I don't really know. Like, I'm just kind of focused on trying to find a fucking job. Like, that's where I'm at. It's so bad, dude. It's been months, and it's been months of just searching and, interviews, calls, and just fucking nothing, bro. It's just been one long jerk-off blue balling, and I hate it. It's so terrible. This year for me has been so bad. But thanks anyways. Thanks for the offer. If we ever get there, maybe you fucking super chat again. I'll take you up on that because I might fucking need it. Because, man, there are some crazy motherfuckers that live in Buffalo. Rochester's worse. But they're still... And the thing is, you better expect that if some shit goes down, a bunch of these fucking scumbags from Toronto are going to come down here. I guarantee you, I would put money on it, that this part of the state, you will see an invasion of all the fucking degenerates that live in Toronto. And as far as I'm aware, Toronto is... there maybe you have some Canucks that can dispute this, but Toronto to me is, you pick San Francisco of Canada, Portland of Canada, Seattle of Canada. You take your pick. I don't really fucking know. I don't live in a shithole part of Canada, thankfully, and I don't live in Canada, thankfully. But I've been to Toronto, and it is fucking awful. I hate it there. I'd rather be in Rochester. I'd rather be walking down the street. I'd rather be walking down Bailey Avenue in Buffalo, and just by myself, unarmed, just, all the black people in the world on the street being like, hey, there's a white guy here. What's going on? And be like, hey, what's going on? I'd rather walk down Bailey Avenue in Buffalo now at 10 o'clock at night than go to Toronto. Toronto is a fucking shithole. The last time I went there, it was a long time ago. It was like living it was like being in India. It was like being in India. Like, just people shitting on the street. It's awful there. You Canadians in the chat can say how wrong I am about that, but when I went there, it was traumatizing. So yeah, Toronto. It makes Buffalo look like a fucking utopian city on a hill. Brando Commando. Thoughts on Trump maybe starting his own media to combat Fox News? Well, he pretty much has it with One American News. That's pretty much what he would want. That is like the Trump network. Fox basically collapsed ever since Roger Ailes died. Well, it has been collapsing. Except for Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is fucking like, he's basically like, I don't even know, pick like, he's basically like the good version of the guy from James Bond, from Tomorrow Never Dies. What's the name of, the actor's very good in that. Let me look it up. What's the name of the character from Tomorrow Never Dies? I gotta watch that movie again. It's Jonathan Pryce, I like Jonathan Pryce as an actor. Elliot Carver. That's who. Elliot Carver was like a play on Rupert Murdoch. Is he alive or dead? I forget. Hold on, let me look him up. I thought his son. I know his son took over or whatever. No, he's alive. He's alive. Rupert Murdoch is alive. But as far as I know, he's basically like retired or whatever. That he's basically like let go of the what's it? Not the handle. What is it? The wheel or. I guess he's basically taken his hands off the controls of like the News Corp empire, and his like really like his like total like faggot son. I forget what his son's name is, but his son is like a total fucking faggot. He basically like I think still runs part of it. I know he like resigned from Fox News or something, but like he was basically in charge of it, and so is the Paul Ryan at Fox News. Paul Ryan is another one of those losers, like I was talking about with Mitt Romney. He's another one of those guys. You know, out here handing out books at Atlas Shrugged and shit. He's full of fucking shit. You know, he's another scumbag internationalist. Where was I going with that? Other than I gotta watch Tomorrow Never Dies again. I was gonna, like, I was gonna do a review of Dante's Peak, but I decided not to. I watched Dante's... I don't know why this happens with me. I all of a sudden was like, you know, I started like watching videos of volcanoes, and then I was like, hey, I should watch Dante's Peak again, which is a Pierce Brosnan movie with, I think it's Linda Hamilton from forever ago. And for some reason, I like the movie. I don't even know why. It's like literally Pierce Brosnan playing Pierce Brosnan and Linda Hamilton playing Linda Hamilton about a volcano. And it has a decent score to it, but it's not really that great of a movie. But I like it. I like just watching, it's Pierce Brosnan playing Pierce Brosnan. That's funny. Like, he's pretending to be a geologist, but he's really Pierce Brosnan. I like this. Like, I don't know if it's like a campy thing, because I'm normally not into that. Like, I'm not like a Red Letter Meteor kind of, like, I like bad movies and camp. Like, that isn't really me. But, I don't know. It's just like that. It's the same thing with me and Will Smith. Like, Will Smith in so-and-so playing Will Smith. Like, that's a whole shitload of Will Smith movies. Is Will Smith playing Will Smith, but I like that. I like Will Smith in whatever playing Will Smith. I like that. Because he's a charming actor playing a charming character. And Pierce Brosnan is, as far as I can tell, the same fucking way. It's the same thing with Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson in whatever movie playing Jack Nicholson. Name the movie. Like, is it Jack Nicholson playing Joker, or is that just Jack Nicholson? Ask yourselves that. You know, whatever it is, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, The Shining, all these movies of Jack Nicholson. Is it Jack Nicholson? Or what's that rom-com? What is that rom-com with Jack Nicholson? Good as It Ever Gets? What is it? As Good as It Gets. As Good as It Gets. I'm pretty sure that's it with Jack Nicholson. Is that actually Jack Nicholson in a rom-com playing a character? Jack Nicholson as so-and-so? Or is that just Jack Nicholson as Jack Nicholson in a rom-com? Oh, man. But yeah. That's how I feel about a bunch of actors. And, no, I don't agree that the only great Brosnan film was GoldenEye. I disagree entirely with that. And I also like, what's his name? Oh, man, I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. He's from Lord of the Rings. He plays Boromir. God, I'm so bad with names. I'm going to look that up. I don't know why I forget the names, dude. Why can't I find the fucking actors? Oh, it's bringing me... Okay, hold on. I got to find the fucking movie. God damn it. I'll probably just get it to the chat first. Sean Bean. There you go. Thank you, chat. Sorry. Sean, I don't know if I necessarily like Sean Bean in that in GoldenEye. I don't know if I necessarily like Sean Bean in GoldenEye, but it has two actors that I do like. I like Pierce Brosnan as an actor, and I like Sean Bean as an actor. I've seen a bunch of things. One of the things that I haven't seen, I'm trying to remember what the movie is. I haven't seen, it's a Tom Clancy film. It has Harrison Ford in it, and it has Sean Bean in it. I think it's Patriot Games. I don't think I've seen that. Or if I have, I haven't seen it in a long time. And I should watch that. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Because there's a whole bunch of, like, a whole shitload of in the 90s and early 2000s. Like, there's a million fucking Tom Clancy movies. Or Tom Clancy-like movies. Like, Air Force One is absolutely a Tom Clancy movie. It might not be Tom Clancy's whatever, but Air Force One is with Harrison Ford, absolutely is a Tom Clancy movie. I think it's Patriot Games is the name of that movie, and it has Sean Bean in it, where he's like an Irish terrorist. He's like an IRA member, and Harrison Ford is in it. I think I may have watched it a very long time ago, but I gotta watch that one of these days, because it's been so long since I've ever seen it, or if I even have seen it. And it's like, I've watched just about all of those fucking Tom Clancy movies from like the 90s and 2000s, and there's a bunch of them that I don't like. There's a bunch I don't like. And then I have, like, I'm, like, kind of, like, I'm kind of split on, and, one of them is, I want to say Hunt for Red October. Let me look that up to make sure that's a fucking Tom Clancy movie. Yes, it is. Yes, I'm pretty sure this is a Tom Clancy film. Because I know John McTiernan directed it, because he's the same guy from Die Hard. Wasn't this a Tom Clancy movie? Or am I fucking insane? And I'm just conflating movies now. I could have sworn there's a Tom Clancy submarine movie. Let me just Control F Tom Clancy. Yes, it is. Ha, I knew it. I'm kind of split on Hunt for Red October. You know, and the thing is that I'm not necessarily a mark for Sean Connery, because there was a spy movie he was in that I thought was shit. I don't remember what the spy movie was, but there was a spy movie that I saw him in where he's like a diamond thief, I think, and that movie sucked ass. So just because Sean Connery's in it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a good movie. And I'm sure you could say it with a bunch of actors that I've already talked about. But that's one of the movies of the Tom Clancy movies that I'm split on. There's another one with that one, I think it's The Sum of All Fears. There's another Tom Clancy movie. I think that's the one I'm thinking of that I'm split on. There's a whole slew of them. And that's one of the ones that doesn't have, Harrison Ford in it. Let me look at it. Some of all. One of them has let me try to find. Yeah, Some of All Fears. Who's the actor in it? Ben Affleck. Yeah, I think this is the one that I don't think I've ever seen a movie with Ben Affleck in it that I have liked. I think that is honestly the case. I don't know if maybe oh god, what's the name of that movie where he has like a real minor role, and it's maybe I'm confusing two actors. What's the name of Matt Damon is in it, and he's like a math autist. I'm trying to remember the name of that movie, and I'm trying to remember the name of that classic. Man, this is a terrible tangent where I'm having to look up fucking Matt Damon's movies to try to remember shit, and I'm getting things confused. Filmography. Where is it? Oh, Good Will Hunting. That's the name of the movie. Yes, Ben Affleck is in it. I think that's the only movie where I've seen Ben Affleck where I've tolerated his presence because he has a minor role. And it's Robin Williams. Robin Williams was, and I don't really want to bring him up because he's like a bunch of actors that have died that I really liked, and I don't really like to bring him up. Like there is a increasingly large list of actors from my childhood who are now fucking dead that I loved as actors, and I would say that unfortunately Robin Williams is on that list. He was a great actor. Let me just look it up because I don't want to say it right. I don't want to fucking speculate because I'm so bad right now. Let's see. Yeah, John Candy. That was probably from my childhood. That was probably one of the biggest losses from my childhood. When John Candy died. I fucking loved John Candy as an actor. And he died in 1994. John Candy died in 1994. And growing up, he was one of my favorite fucking actors. I mean, I thought he was older than that too. 43. Jesus Christ. But yeah, that was... I grew up watching a whole bunch of his movies, and I fucking loved them. I loved his fucking movies growing up. And he's even in, like, one of my favorite movies just from my area. He was in Canadian Bacon, because he's Canadian. He's from Canada. He was in Canadian Bacon, which is about my area. And that was another movie that I found, like, probably in my teens. And I just found it randomly, I think at, like, Blockbuster. And I watched that film, and I fucking loved it. Because it referenced heavily my area. And he was in it. And I fucking love him as an actor. So, yeah, that, press F in the chat for John Candy. The thing is that there's so many people. There are so many people. Younger millennials, the Zoomers, they have no idea. They probably have never seen a John Candy movie, and that is awful. Oh, man. Chris Farley. Yeah, that's another one. Somebody brought it up in the chat. Chris Farley, dude. Dude, when I was growing up, Chris Farley, he was another one. And the problem with Chris Farley is that it was his lifestyle. It was one of those, who's the guy for the Doors? What's his name for the Doors guy? I always forget his name. Again, like, just Tonight in Doors, or Tonight in Names, Tonight in the Doors. Tonight in Names. I think it was Jim Morrison. That's who I'm thinking of. Yes, it is him. It's that lifestyle. Like, you just burn out, like, because you're abusing drugs, you're abusing alcohol. It's just a bad lifestyle. And Chris Farley, dude, he was at 100% of the time, and he worked hard. He was working hard, doing a lot of movies and shit. And he unfortunately burned himself out. Not Van Morrison, it's Jim Morrison. But yeah, that's the comparison I'm making. Okay, I am making a direct comparison between Jim Morrison of The Doors and Chris Farley. And there's gonna be a bunch of fucking hipster faggot, like, classic rock fans listening to this and be like, no, you're wrong! Chris Farley, that's such an insult. But unfortunately, is it John Belushi? I thought it was Jim Belushi that burned out. I don't know. I don't know if I'd make the comparison. It is John Belushi. Sorry, I'm getting them mixed up. Jim Belushi is still alive, and John is his brother. Let me find that. Yeah, John Belushi is the guy that burned out. He's the guy from what is it? Animal House. Yeah, that's right. And the Blues Brothers. That's another one, dude. That's another classic. It's been quite a while since I've seen either. But man, like I still see, and I still once in a great while, I will post a Blues Brothers meme because that movie, man, it is one of those classic movies where even still today you'll see people on social media memeing Blues Brothers. Man, and it is a old fucking movie. That is an old fucking movie. But still, it's a classic, you know. And John Belushi was another one. He burned out real fucking quick. He burned out at 33. He died at 33, dude. He was even worse than Chris Farley, I think. Let me check Chris Farley's Wikipedia. Because I know he died really young. Dude, he died at 33 too. Holy shit. Holy shit. I thought he was older than that. Oh my god, dude. But yeah, he died really young. And he did a bunch of movies that I fucking loved. He was in he was in Billy Madison. That was when I grew up with. That was when everyone thought Adam Sandler was still funny. It was way back in fucking 1995 when Billy Madison came out. I saw that. I had my parents rent it. I couldn't have been older than like 7. So it was like a year or two after it came out in the theaters, I saw Billy Madison. I was really young when I saw Billy Madison. And I thought that shit was so funny. I thought that was the funniest fucking shit. And I loved it because even though he had like a cameo role, and so, yeah, Norm Macdonald was in that too. That's right. Norm Macdonald was in Billy Madison too. And Chris Farley was in it as the bus driver. And that was so fucking funny. It was great. You know, it was just, you know, typical fucking Chris Farley shit. It's great. Oh, man. And I do remember Beverly Hills Ninja, even though it's kind of like a shitty movie. But Tommy Boy and Black Sheep. Those were the two big ones for Chris Farley that I remember. It was Tommy Boy and Black Sheep with, oh, see, I bring it up and then I gotta look it up. I forget the name of the other actor. I'll look it up. He doesn't really do much anymore, which is too bad. Here it is. It is, and I'm sure people already in the chat have shouted it out. David Spade. The problem was with David Spade, he doesn't really do much anymore. But yeah, man, that was the best. That was the fucking best. Was Chris Farley as the wild man and fucking David Spade as the straight man. That was the shit. That was 1996 with Black Sheep. That was the fucking shit, dude. Oh, man, that was so great. I'll never fucking forget it. I'll never forget it from my childhood. That was the greatest shit, man. That was so fucking funny. Even though it's like today where everyone looks back and it's like, no, this is lame, and no, Adam Sandler was never funny, all his movies sucked and all that. It's just him yelling, you know, all that. But man, that was the shit when I was growing up. That was so fucking funny. Let me look up Tommy Boy, which I'm pretty sure is either 95 or 94. It was 95, that's right. 1995, Tommy Boy, Chris Farley, and David Spade. That was the fucking shit. I must have seen that movie right after it got out of theaters, because I remember being very, very young. Like, I couldn't have been more than 6 or 7, and I saw this movie. So it must have been like 96. 96, maybe 97, I saw Tommy Boy. It was funny, like, growing up again, like, I saw all this shit totally unedited, like, no filter. Like, I just saw the full movie for what it was. Oh my god. Oh man. My parents, man. I mean, that would be the way that I can credit them for being like red-pilled parents or being cool parents. Was like, I would just go to Blockbuster and just rent fucking R-rated movies. And my parents would just go, oh, this is a comedy? That's fine. Go ahead. Oh, man. Because my mother, like, she was always into, and she still is into horror, but I hate it. I hate horror. And so, like, that would be the thing she would be picky about. Like, oh, I don't want you to watch slasher movies, or, oh, this scary movie. Like, I didn't watch The Shining until I was, like, I don't know, like 13. You know, it was late. Like, I had seen Die Hard, like, I was, like, 8 years old. I watched Die Hard beginning to end with no filter. And when I was young, I fucking loved that movie. I fucking was obsessed with that movie. I loved it. And I also saw, couldn't have been older than 8, Air Force One with Harrison Ford and, see, I mention it, and I'm going to have to look it up. Oh, God damn it. I don't give a fuck about the plane. Wikipedia, who gives a fuck about the fucking plane? Gary Oldman. I remembered his name right before I saw it. It's another Gary Oldman movie where he plays a Russian terrorist in it. Let me check the date. Yes, dude, I saw this movie right when it got out of theaters. It could not have been later than 1998 when I saw this movie. It could not have been later. I saw this, I don't think I saw it in theaters, but I do believe that I saw it, like, maybe even bootleg. I mean, my father's always been kind of skeevy with, like, getting bootleg shit and stealing cable and all that dumb shit. But I couldn't have not have been older than 8 years old when I saw Air Force One. And the only scene that my mom got upset about was the scene in the movie where Gary Oldman shoots the Secretary of... No, not... I think she might have been the Secretary of State or an aide to the Secretary of State. Or, no, the deputy press secretary. That's who I think it was in the movie that the terrorist kills. It might have been Gary Oldman or a henchman, I forget which. But she's, like, crying, and then she screams and then gets shot. That was the one part in the movie she didn't want me to see. But every other, every other fucking aspect of the movie, she didn't give a shit about. But man, when I was like 8, 9 years old, like right around then, dude, I was obsessed with, and I have seen Air Force One well over 200 times. I've said this before. I have seen Air Force One over 200 times. It has to be that. It has to be that. Over the years, it has to be over 200 times. I haven't watched it in years, though. I have not watched Air Force One in years. But one of these days, I should do a review of it, just because I think that my perspective on it is fairly unique. Because at one point in my life, I memorized every fucking line in the fucking movie. Like, I used to watch it with my parents, because it'd be on TV all the time. So it'd be like Thanksgiving, and my parents are all bloated from eating. They're sitting on the couch and Air Force One would be on. And I would be in sequence. Like, as the movie was playing, I would be reading the lines of all the actors at once. That's how much I knew the fucking movie. And it used to annoy the shit out of them. Because for whatever reason, they want to watch the movie for the 1,000th time. But I knew every line of the fucking movie. And I could just cite it. I would be speaking just in a sentence for like a couple minutes on end where I'm like laughing, giggling, like just going through the movie, reading everyone's lines as they're speaking it on the screen. That's how well I knew that fucking movie. One of these days I should review that fucking movie. I can't stream it. That's when you get gulagged. That's that phrase, gulagged. That's when you get gulagged. I can't stream it. Somebody says they did that with the Star Wars trilogy on VHS. I couldn't ever do that. I watched Star Wars as a kid, and I wasn't into it. Like, it took me... I was probably, I don't know, 19, 20 years old when I really got into Star Wars. I was pretty old when I got into Star Wars, and it was because of the novels. I, like, started religiously reading, like... And I have, like, a bookshelf of, like, a million fucking Star Wars novels. And I don't know why. I don't know why I got so into it from that. But I was already reading the novels before I decided to watch, the original trilogy. And I had seen it before, but I just really wasn't into it. Uh, Louis Le, Autismo, yeah. I mean, you could say that I was autistic about that film. But I even wrote an essay on it when I was in college because you had to write an essay on foreign policy in film, and it was like, boom! You know, I wrote about Bill Clinton foreign policy. You could call it Blinton. Foreign policy that is unequivocally in that film. Unequivocally. Like George H. Bush, Bill Clinton foreign policy is the point of that film. It's about interventionism. That's what the point of the movie is. And it's about like all the color revolutions. All the color revolutions that were going in the former Eastern Bloc. That's what the whole movie was about. Heat, 1995. Yeah, I've seen Heat a bunch of times. I like Heat, but I would say that I just don't like the ending of Heat. I know how that sounds, but it's just how I feel about it. Just sort of like the impulse at the end, and I think it's a very groundbreaking movie. I would call that a pioneering movie. I really do think that. I think that movie really opened the doors for a lot of other shit beyond that of just, Hollywood. But that's one of the things about Heat is that I don't like the ending. It was well shot, though. It was well shot. He was a pioneering movie. It was. It really was. Like, you have to look at it. And it's like, there's like a bunch of movies like that, but not to get too into it, but Heat, basically, there's a whole bunch of things in Heat that were just straight up pioneering. That is referenced in so much. Like, half of fucking Grand Theft Auto 5 and Grand Theft Auto 4 is nothing more than a naked fucking reference to Heat. Kane and Lynch, nothing more than a mimic of Heat. There are so many movies, so many books, so many games that all reference Heat. So say whatever you want to about Heat, and I could criticize it, but it absolutely was a fucking pioneering movie. It absolutely was. I was also, somebody brought up in the chat, I was obsessed with the Titanic. I was obsessed with the Titanic itself, not with the movie. I watched the movie with my mother whenever it came out, whatever year that was, and I liked the movie, but I was more like, wow, this is crazy, this event. Did this really happen? Like, I wanted to know a lot more about the Titanic, and I was obsessed with it for, like, I don't know, a few years. Few years, I was obsessed with it, because like it was an extremely tragic event for the time, but I think that was like my introduction to the religion of humility, like the idea of part of what is cyclical in humanity is folly, is man being like, bro, I'm the biggest motherfucker on earth, nothing can topple me, and then you get fucking toppled. Like, that is my obsession with life, is humility. The study of man's folly and arrogance and hubris. That's why I really got into Greek mythology and Greek literature and all that, is because a lot of Greek literature is just like, yeah, man is fucking arrogant and retarded. And it's why Socrates is my favorite philosopher. That was his religion, humility. And that was the folly of everyone else around him, was arrogance, hubris. So, yeah. I mean, if you read about the Titanic, it's just like, the Titanic, the people that were like, before it sailed, the architect who sailed on it, everyone just being like, in the press, like, man, nothing can sink this beast. Nothing can sink this motherfucker. And it's like, well, What about an iceberg? You know, it really is a tragedy. And dude, if you want to have any example of what early in my life, like, red-pilled me on class politics, look no further than the Titanic, of women and children and also the rich. They get off the boat, and, all the fucking poor, you die. You sink. You sink with the ship. Bye. We're all on the lifeboats that, the rich get to sail away, but the poor, nah. See you later. Somebody in the chat, Bull Moose, Socrates was arrogant. That sounds like heresy to me. I want you to name one thing about Socrates that he was proven wrong about. Let's see. We got to wrap this up. It's like 11 o'clock at night, and I got to get something to eat. I really want to be up all night. Oh, my fucking neck. Oh, shit. Where the fuck was I? Oh, I didn't finish Brando's super chat about Fox News. Also watched Tim Pool video, and it sounds as if Trump might be gearing up for 2024. That's a stupid mistake. I'm not on board with Trump 2024. I don't think that's a good move. If he loses the election, what are your thoughts on that? I don't think that's a good idea. I think that your best hope right now, your main focus should be winning the election that exists right now. But Trump 2024, I think that fucks things up in a bad way. And, I mean, it's just, again, it's the issue of you retain all the negatives you had in 2020. You hope to God you can somehow switch the election from this time, and you retain all the negatives you currently have, and it's been 4 years. I don't know, man. Like, politically speaking, I don't know if I would make that move. Like, if all of the variables that give me pause work out, like everything aligns, maybe it could work. But man, like, that's a lot of variables. And you'll see. I'm not going to say here to save time, but there's a lot of variables if Trump loses and he wants to run again in 2024. You are not going to just be able to get away with that I mean, could I see Trump blowing through the primaries and fucking everyone up? Absolutely. But can I see him doing damage? Yeah. And even if he wins, like, there can be damage that comes from that is not helpful. And, do we want another 4 years of limp dick Trump where he accomplishes practically nothing? Like, nationalism is the goal. Trump is just a figurehead. Let's not make this all about Trump. And like I say, he has severe unfavorables that are not going away. So I definitely would say that if things work out, sure, yeah, MAGA 2024, but I could see a lot going wrong, and if he loses that election, man, that is going to be, there's going to be so much damage that comes from that. You have no idea. You have no idea what would happen if Trump lost in 2024. Fairly. Not forget about all the shit that's going on. If he fairly lost an election in 2024, that would be a catastrophic blow to the Republican Party. I think it's short-sighted. I'm not trying to cut this guy out or anything like that, but I'm just saying there's a lot of things that would happen that would come into play. He would have to win. It would be a all or nothing. It really would be an all or nothing fucking election. And dude, like, I'm just saying, like, there would be so much you'd have to risk. Your better option would be, let's say John Smith. John Smith runs for president for the Republican ticket. He's a nationalist. And Trump is there campaigning every step of the way going, they stole the election. They stole the election from me. But I'm telling you, if you want to vote for Trump, vote for John Smith, or I'm with him 100%. I'm going to be consulting with him. I have demands that I have of him. Like, you make it clear that Trump is basically like the Steve Bannon in the background. You know, Trump is going to play a key role in the Smith administration. That would be a smarter option in my opinion. That you have Trump out there running as a very big surrogate, a full-throated surrogate for the Smith administration, because Smith starts at 0. Smith has 0 negatives. He starts at 0. Trump has extreme negatives, and there's too many variables. I know people love the guy and that, but there's ways in which in 2024, even if we accept the Trump loss, that he can be used very, very effectively. But the running him again, dude, then you just picked up all that baggage. You just pick up that baggage again, and that, I don't know, man. It's all or nothing at that point. And I would be very wary of that, you know. But thanks for the super chat. Man O Meat says, Louis Trail of Tears, I'll give him something to cry about, Levi. Well, I mean, it's not really Trail of Tears. It's basically, you know, Welcome to America. You know, Trail of Tears is, and I was listening to this earlier, and here's an analogy. Like, I'll play a little bit of it. I don't really want to get copywritten, and it seems like YouTube has really stepped up their fucking game as it relates to that. But for the misnomer natives, my goal with them is to just become American. You can have, like, I don't know, whatever bullshit holidays you want to have for cultural Indian shit, or, you know, I'm not telling you to put down the Jim Beam or the fucking, whatever the fucking other, you know, whiskey bourbon brand is. I'm not telling you to do anything that you don't want to do, but I am telling you that the ethno-state shit is not an option. That you either way, you're becoming an American, and we're all playing by one rule set. If gambling in New York is going to be illegal, then it's going to be illegal. I'm not accepting two-tier laws anymore, because that to me is immoral. Two-tier judicial system is immoral inherently to me, and I don't know why everyone in America, like every person in America, but me, you know, however many people, you know, 400 million when you consider all the Mexicans, I could be the only one that sees this as immoral, but I do think I am completely and utterly, I am convinced of this, that the two-tier judicial system and the two-tier legal system that exists is inherently immoral, and I do not accept it. I do not accept it. It is inherently unfair, and through that, inherently immoral. Like, I don't believe in there's the plebeian laws, and then there's the aristocratic laws. Where the aristocrats, they can just open up casinos and do whatever the fuck else they want. They don't have to pay taxes, all this other shit. But the plebeians, no, they have to do all these things, and they are, they do have to answer to the law. I don't accept that. So, to the so-called natives, to the Indians, I say keep your customs, keep your traditions, keep whatever you want to. But in terms of your legal system, in terms of your citizenship, you're going to be American. There's no option in this. And if, obviously I'm just some nobody, faceless nobody, sitting in his own home, but his own basement, on YouTube, it's a very vague notion and a very, distant, foreign idea that this could ever come about. But I hope someday in my life I will see these dual systems ended. I want everyone in this nation to be an American, and I want I mean actual American, not your mom landed here and now you have citizenship. That isn't what I'm talking about. But you're actually an American, more than just in what papers you have. And we're all equal before the law. We all answer to the same laws, and that we're treated the same by the laws, by the legal system. That one's the hardest one, but the simplest one to me is everyone answers to the same laws. We vote for the lawmakers, they pass the laws, and we all answer to them. That, to me, is a moral system. But this system where you just exist outside in your own ethno-state government that I am not able to access. I can't ever go there. I can't buy land there. I can't ever be under your system because I'm white. You know, I come from the same stock that founded this nation. The fact that you have less legal restrictions against you can just do whatever the fuck you want and buy land and call it magical and then do whatever the fuck you want there. No, that's immoral. That's inherently immoral. And that system needs to go. But anyways, as it relates to the copyright issue, I was thinking about this while out for a long walk. I went for a long walk earlier this evening. And I was thinking about, like, if I had to, because I do this every once in a while, where I think about music and I think about like the lyrics of the song and how they play into society. And I do this in a very apolitical fashion, unlike the left. I just think about the lyrics of the song and how it relates to society and this and that. And the one song that really struck me, like, and I've listened to this many times before, but it struck me. And there's a bunch of songs like this with me. But it connected to me. And I said, you know what? This is very, like, you can go listen to the lyrics of the song. But in essence, to boil it down, it speaks to the divide in America. Okay, so it's, you have what you have is the cultural Americans or the nationalists, people that say, well, I'm an American. Now, your mileage might vary with that in terms of the, you know, the spectrum of that, of like fervent, foaming at the mouth nationalist versus somebody who's vaguely nationalistic. But the divide that exists between the Americans and what has been called, and not just by Nick Fuentes, but including Nick Fuentes, the spiritual foreigner. And I find that to be a very accurate view or definition of who we're dealing with, is the spiritual foreigner in America. They might have a piece of paper that says they're an American, but in every other capacity, they're not an American. They are simply a foreigner. Whether they have any roots anywhere in this world is up to them, but the fact is, and we both agree, I agree, they agree, they're not an American. And I thought about, like, musically, how do I feel about them? Like, how do I feel about them? And you've noticed this if you've seen me tweeting out Liberia's Calling, you already know how I feel. So I thought about this, and unlike names of actors, which I can never get, it popped into my mind, and I'm like, no way. Like, do the lyrics reflect how I feel? And it is one for one. It is fucking perfect. And it is Goodbye Stranger by Supertramp. And I won't advocate that you go listen to it now while we stream, but go listen eventually to Goodbye Stranger by Supertramp. And that is exactly how I feel about America right now. About us that believe in America to some capacity, and the foreigners that are here that might have American citizenship. But what are their ties to America? Nothing. Just that piece of paper and the fact that they live here, or maybe they're here part of the year. But otherwise, they're foreign. I have nothing in common with them at all. And I thought about this, and I listened to the song while I was out for a walk, And I just started giggling to myself listening to the song because it is just perfect. Like here, I'll get up the lyrics. I won't be able to play you the song. Tramp. I won't sing it because I'm a terrible singer, but I will read you the lyrics to Goodbye Stranger. So here are the lyrics to Goodbye Stranger by Supertramp. It was an early morning yesterday. I was up before the dawn, and I really have enjoyed my stay, but I must be moving on. Like a king without a castle, like a queen without a throne, I'm an early morning lover, and I must be moving on. Now I believe in what you say, and I believe in what you say is the undisputed truth. But I have to have things my own way to keep things in my youth. Like a ship without an anchor, like a slave without a chain, just the thought of those sweet ladies sends a shiver through my veins. And I will go on shining, shining like brand new. I will never look behind me. My troubles will be few. Goodbye, stranger. It's been nice. Hope you find your paradise. Try to see your point of view. Hope your dreams will all come true. Goodbye, Mary. Goodbye, Jane. Will we ever meet again? Feel no sorrow. Feel no pain. And that's where it stops. It might go on from there. But those are the lyrics to Goodbye, Stranger. And especially that later part of the song and this is how I feel. Goodbye, stranger, it's been nice. Hope you find your paradise. Try to see your point of view. Hope your dreams will come be true. Goodbye, Mary. Goodbye, Jane. Will we ever meet again? I hope those of you in the chat are understanding exactly what I mean by what I say when I read those lyrics. Because that is exactly how I feel. Which is, these aren't actually the full lyrics. Let me see if I can find the full lyrics. Oh, here we are. Here are the full lyrics. Yeah, actually, there's a lot of good lyrics. Let me continue on from where I was. Feel no sorrow, feel no shame, come tomorrow, feel no pain. Sweet devotion, goodbye, Mary, it's not for me, goodbye, Jane. Just give me motion, will we ever, and this is the chorus, will we ever, and set me free, meet again? And land and the ocean, feel no sorrow, far away, feel no shame. The life I've chosen, come tomorrow, every day, feel no pain. So goodbye, Mary, goodbye, Mary, goodbye, Jane, goodbye, Jane. Will we ever meet again, meet again? Now, some they do, and some they don't, and some you just can't tell. And they will, and some they will, and some they won't. With some, it's just as well. You can laugh at my behavior, that'll never bother me. Say, the devil is my savior, but I don't pay no heed. And I will go on shining, shining like brand new. I'll never look behind me. My troubles will be few. Goodbye, stranger. It's been nice. Hope you find your paradise. Try to see your point of view. Hope your dreams will all come true. Goodbye, Mary. Goodbye, Jane. Will we ever meet again? Feel no sorrow. Feel no shame. Come tomorrow. Feel no pain. Sweet devotion. Goodbye, Mary. It's not for me. Goodbye, Jane. Just give me emotion. Will we ever, and set me free, meet again? And it continues on from there. That it just repeats itself from earlier lyrics. It is so great. It is so fucking great. That to me is just the best. Like, I listened to the song and I was giggling while walking. It was like, that is so on point for how I feel about these people. I don't hate them, and I don't wish them ill, but I do wish them to go away. I want to say goodbye, stranger, because that is, in fact, how I feel. They're strangers. Is that not true? Am I wrong about that? Are we not strangers with them? Are we not strangers with them? Do we know them? Do we understand them? No, we don't. We can't understand them. We're completely mutually exclusive in terms of what we want or what our worldviews are. They're strangers to us. And I just want to say goodbye. I wish them well. I hope all their dreams and all the things they want come true. But I want them to go away. Goodbye. Oh, shit. So... yeah, I can't. I would embarrass myself if I try to sing at the octave that whoever it is that sings this. I forget who's the lead singer for Supertramp. It says Rick Davies, but I don't know if that's right. Is that true? Rick Davies was no, there's a bunch of people under vocals. I'm not sure who sung this. I haven't watched, I haven't listened to Supertramp in a while, but I was thinking about that and it clicked in my mind. The Tree is the most right-wing song ever. Rush is nuanced. Rush is like extreme, like anarcho-capitalist, like propaganda. Not that it's like, I know a lot of people like dislike Rush for whatever reason because of its lyrics. But I don't mind Rush and its lyrics, but it is like I guess you could say libertarian, but like anarcho-capitalist propaganda. Anyways, yeah. But yeah, I'll suggest that you go listen to that. Maybe I'll post it on Twitter or something like that for people to go listen to. Now people are talking about music in the chat. I never said Rush fans are ANCAPs. I said that the lyrics in Rush are like anarcho-capitalist propaganda. Go listen to them. Yeah, I should go eat. My stomach is like eating itself currently. Rush equals Stefan Molyneux in musical form. Maybe. Why do I like a Canadian band, Louis? Well, dude, there's a bunch of fucking classic rock bands, and half of them, like, everyone raves about AC/DC, which that's one of the bands that I have soured on a lot over the years. Like, I used to really like AC/DC. I even own a bunch of their albums. Like, that is one of the classic rock bands that my opinion of has soured tremendously on. Like, I really can't listen to their songs anymore. But that was Australian, and a lot of Americans listened to it. You had a million British bands over several waves. And then there's a bunch of American bands. Like probably the most classic American band, arguably, is Boston. That's like a super pop rock American band right there. I don't know why I stopped liking AC/DC. I think that the problem with my taste in music is that I have an element of my personality to where if I think that certain music is overplayed, I correlate that with it being overrated. And the question in my mind that pops up is this music worth listening to so often that because it's good? Does it meet like an objective standard of being good? And I would say that there are bands that do meet those categories, which are they're often played and they are as good musically as they are in terms of their popularity. Black Sabbath, in my view, is definitely one of those bands. Black Sabbath is one of those bands, in my view, that is as objectively good as it is popular and played. But AC/DC, in my view, absolutely isn't one of those bands. And that is the distinction. AC/DC is very overplayed. Any kind of terrestrial radio, boomer music, classic rock, AC/DC is heavily overplayed, and it is not that good. I would say that Led Zeppelin is another one. As much as people, for whatever reason, a lot of people like hating on Led Zeppelin, but I would include Led Zeppelin as another band that is as good as it is played. And my frustration with Led Zeppelin is the fact that some of the songs that I hate the most are played the most on, like, especially on terrestrial radio and by people. Like, of Led Zeppelin, there's a bunch of songs by Led Zeppelin that I really, really, really like, and as well as with Black Sabbath. I fucking hate Dryer Maker and Kashmir. I fucking hate those songs because they are overplayed as fuck and they suck dick. They are some of the worst songs done by Led Zeppelin. Dryer Maker and Kashmir suck dick and they are overplayed as shit. And there are a lot of songs out there that are, I at one point Sirius XM, for whatever reason during the summer, changed one of their channels to where it was all Led Zeppelin. And dude, there are a million fucking Led Zeppelin tracks, Jesus. Are all of them equally as good? No. There's definitely some B-side, songs. But the fact is that, like, I just, like, it's amazing to me that there's so many songs done by Led Zeppelin that are never played. Never played. That people, are, anytime you, I used to listen to the Beatles station on Sirius XM all the time because I was an investigator and that's all I did was listen to music. And fucking every time they had a countdown to the most popular songs, they were all the most played songs. All the most played songs of the Beatles are the most popular songs in the so-called best songs, according to the fans. And it drives me nuts. It's like, you listen to this station, and you love the Beatles, and yet all the most popular songs are the songs you choose as the best, when that clearly, it cannot be. It cannot be. That is almost never the fucking case. Stairway to Heaven is okay. I know it's another super overplayed song by Led Zeppelin. It's okay. I'm fine with Stairway to Heaven. But if you go listen to a whole bunch of Zeppelin albums, and I've listened to every single Led Zeppelin song, and I've also listened to every Van Halen song, every single one, and I've also had the demo albums that they've had, including Van Halen. When you listen to all the albums of a particular band, and I've done this, you will find particular songs that you've never heard on terrestrial radio, and they will be fan-fucking-tastic songs. And it's like, how the fuck are these never played? How are these songs never played? How have I never heard this song before? And it is a fantastic fucking song. And the reason is that popularity decides what people hear. And just because it's popular doesn't mean it's good. So yeah. Like this fucking stream is just all over the place. And what's also amazing is some bands only have one good song, but everyone gives them props. Like, everyone's like, "Oh yeah, that band was great." Deep Purple is one of those bands. Deep Purple, and I've listened to albums and albums of Deep Purple. Deep Purple has 1 million fucking albums, and they are shit. Shit. And I challenge anyone to go do that. Go listen to a bunch of the Deep Purple albums that exist. They are fucking shit. They got one song, maybe two, and the rest are shit. And another band that is the opposite of that, another band that is the opposite of Deep Purple, where they have one song and the rest are shit. One hit wonder fucking band. Not even one hit wonder, one hit overrated band. It's pretty much what they are. Let me think. I say that and then I fucking forget. Hold on. I'll go pick up an album off my shelf. Hold on. I'll find out. Here is a fucking real hipster argument for you. Tyrannosaurus Rex. T-Rex. Only some of you... It's a glam band. Tyrannosaurus Rex. T-Rex. Only so many people are going to know that reference. Tyrannosaurus Rex or T-Rex, which is known for the song most famously, I think it's Get It On, is their most popular song. That is a band where I own all of their albums. I own a hard copy of all of their albums. And this, I bought them years ago. And I listened to every single album, every single song, and I was like, this band is fucking fantastic. And what's so great about T-Rex is that the majority of their albums are like insane experimental fucking like I forget what it's called, like fantasy rock, where it's all like the Beatles did this, the Rolling Stones did this, where Led Zeppelin did this, and I think Black Sabbath did this too, where a bunch of them they have a song where it is nothing but like references to high fantasy, Tolkien, like all this like super nerdy shit, like all this literary shit, where it's nothing but references to fantasy and Tolkien and high fantasy and all this stuff. And it's so funny. It's so great. All these bands I just told you, they've all done music like that, where they've all referenced it. And there's like album after album after album of Tyrannosaurus Rex where it's nothing but like experimental like folk rock that's like high fantasy folk rock. It's unbelievable. It's been a while since I've listened to it, but it's so great. It's so great. I don't want to play it because that'll probably get me copyrighted too. But like, there's a bunch of songs like probably one of the more popular ones where it was later. I'll have to look this up because they have so many albums. But they had like I think 3 albums that were their most popular, that were their last ones. I think, unless I'm getting this backwards. No, I'm not. So, in 68, they had My People Were Fair and had sky in their hair, but now we're content to wear stars on their brows. Second album, Prophets, Seers, and Sages, The Angels of the Ages. That was also 68. Unicorn in 69. A Beard of Stars in 70. Then, in 1970, they switched over to T-Rex. And they had their actual first album as T-Rex, which was T-Rex. Then I think it was Electric Warrior that made him famous. I'm trying to remember which one made him famous. Yes, it was Electric Warrior. That's where they went from I guess experimental or folk rock, and it was probably T-Rex that did it first, that album. But it was Electric Warrior where they became famous. And that was Get It On. That's what the album that had Get It On with it. And that was like, early 70s. That was like right when, glam rock just exploded. Like that was like all over the place. And like there was a whole bunch of people. There were like, if you go through like classic rock from the early 70s to the mid 70s, a whole shitload of that. And includes the Rolling Stones, is glam rock. Even though people say whatever about the Rolling Stones. No, a lot of that was glam rock. A lot of it. Anyways. But yeah, it was just funny listening to like all and I don't know if I'm pretty sure I own all of their later albums, none of which really did anything. They had a bunch of I think Tanks. It was the ones that are all super glam rock are T-Rex, Electric Warrior, The Slider, and Tanks. I'm pretty sure those are the albums that were all like super. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Tanks was the last one. That was in 73. And I think at that point they started switching. But yeah, that one too. I'm looking through the album right now, and I just remember all these songs. Like I own the actual like the extended version that has like a million more songs that they included on that album, and like so many of them are fucking great songs. They really are. But you have to be into glam rock. You have to get into glam rock. Like, a lot of it is more conceptual rock. A lot of it is experimental. What was it? Let me. I'm trying to remember the name of that super popular guy for the time. What is his name? I don't know if I own any of his albums, but I do like some of his songs. What's the name of that guy? Fuck. What was his name? I'm trying to think of a song too. Oh God, it's on the tip of my tongue, dude. It is on the tip of my tongue. Fuck. I just remember the name of the song. Oh, that doesn't fucking help me. Come on. Fucking Jesus. Fucking Wikipedia. It's so useless. I don't give a fuck about the fucking covers. You know? No. Fucking. I am about to lose it here. I am about to motherfucking lose it. Oh, man. How? I don't understand how I can't find this guy. I remember the name of the fucking song, and I can't find the guy's fucking name. Because some other fucking faggot did a song with the same fucking name, and that's all that shows up in the Google results. Oh my God, I fucking finally found it. Jesus Christ, Rod Stewart. Jesus Christ. It took me that long to find the name of somebody. I mean, what was the name of that fucking faggot's name? Hold on. I gotta look up the name of this other guy. What's the name of this other guy? Sam Smith. Who the fuck is Sam Smith? Sam Smith did a song called Stay With Me. Who the fuck is Sam Smith? Compared to fucking Rod Stewart. Come on! Anyways, I was gonna make a point about glam rock and Rod Stewart, but now I completely lost the point that I was gonna make. That like the Rolling Stones, Rod Stewart, like all of these bands came out of 71. Like they all came screaming out of 71. Or 1970, like 69, 70, and then they caught on in 71, and they basically dominated rock all the way, dude, up until, I don't even know, like, arguably the 90s, because the fact is that Van Halen, all of that, from all those kind of bands from the 80s, that's also glam rock. Fucking Van Halen is a glam rock band. You can go look that up. I challenge you. Go on Wikipedia right now. Look it up. It is, like, all of these bands from, like, 71 onward were all glam rock. And the people, like, one of the bands that pioneered all of it was T-Rex. T-Rex was one of the bands that pioneered what became glam rock. No, glam is not late 70s. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Go look this shit up. Go look this shit up. Are you listening to what I'm saying here? T-Rex, which is the fucking proto-glam band. They are one of the first glam bands. 1970, T-Rex. 1970. So don't tell me about the late fucking 80s. They had their big hits 70, 71, and 72. Give me a fucking break. You don't know what you're talking about, chat. Oh, glam bands, they really hit it off. But, dude, by the fucking late 70s, by the early 80s, glam had become punk. Glam had become punk. And what was glam became pop. Van Halen was pop, but it was glam. It is a glam band, but it became pop. Yeah, exactly. Somebody said in the chat, punk was late 70s. Right. Exactly right. Here, let me look it up. I'll prove it right now. Let me look it up. I'm going to look it up right now. You don't know what you're talking about. Boom. There you go. There you fucking go. There you fucking go. Let me find... I got to find the albums. Actually, you know what? I'm wrong only in that... Let me, I'll backtrack. And I'll say that punk started in 1969. Okay, punk started in 69. And that was with the Stooges. That was with what became Iggy and the Stooges, but what were the Stooges? With the first album, The Stooges, in 1969. That, however, was proto-punk. Proto-punk started in 1969, and you had 3 albums from the Stooges, which was The Stooges, Funhouse, and Raw Power. I own a collector's edition of all 3. They're all on my shelf. I own a physical copy of all 3 of those albums. That was proto-punk. That is what became punk. But that was way later. I'd have to look up exactly when punk took off, but it couldn't have been earlier than the mid-70s. There's no fucking way. It was super fringe. It was super fringe, but then it took off in like the mid to late 70s. No, I don't agree, dude. Punk did not start, like, fucking, the Stooges were nobodies. The Stooges were absolute nobodies in the beginning. You know, fucking Iggy Pop had burned out and crashed by, like, 74. Whatever it was, 73, 74, whenever it was, when he was on, like, an endless bender, like, he had totally collapsed, and that was the end of the band. So, by the time fucking punk actually caught on, Iggy Pop and the Stooges were done. They were already over with. No, I disagree. Ramones were not the first punk band. Disagree. Completely disagree. They were one of the first bands, the Ramones were, but no way, dude. Iggy Pop and the Stooges, they were the first. They were the first fucking... this is like the argument between Black Sabbath being the first metal band. Black Sabbath was the first popular metal band. They were not the first metal band. There are hard facts to this. There are hard facts. And this is the kind of thing you're talking about. You know? Ramones definitely were not first. As far as I know, Iggy Pop and with him, the Stooges, they were the first. They were the first. Fucking Iggy Pop is known as the grandfather of punk. Or the godfather of punk. I forget which. But he was the fucking first, dude. Iggy Proto? No, Iggy Pop. Iggy Proto. Iggy Pop is still going as far as I'm aware. I don't know if he stopped touring yet. I don't really like his later music. That's the problem with Iggy Pop, is I really don't like his later music. I really do think that he did his best stuff with the Stooges. But, you know, his later music isn't all that bad, though. I won't say that. You know, it's creative, and he has his hits. The Pistols were a boy band? You mean the Sex Pistols? Is that what you mean? Are you saying the Pistols or the Sex Pistols? What are you saying? I know. I should finish the super chat. Sorry, I'm really going off in some terrible tangents, and I apologize. I'll keep open a tab for Goodbye Stranger because I really want to remember to post that to Twitter. The evangelist says, calling all patriots. It's Million MAGA March this Saturday at noon at Freedom Plaza in D.C. Be there, be square. Yeah, I've heard about the marches that are planning to go on and supposedly Trump's going to start up his campaign mode again. And, I don't really know if that matters as much as, and I understand the reason for that, so I'm not opposed to it in any way. But, raw power, to reference Iggy Pop, or really the Stooges, that is more important than symbolism. And I understand the importance of symbolism, and it does have importance in terms of marching and rallies and that sort of thing, gathering and supporting Trump and all that. It has its importance. But nothing matters more than the court cases. Nothing matters more. Nothing matters more right now. Afterward, maybe then, because that's all you have. But for the time being, every amount of effort should be put into the court cases. Because the rallies and that, you do that maybe after you actually have conceded or whatever. Kiernos says, I just got off a Timcast IRL stream with an ex-Vice editor. Got black-pilled real quick about how unaware these journotypes are about their bias and how the journos have their own ivory tower class. Who cares? Who cares, dude? Don't be black-pilled. Be white-pilled by the fact that, the biggest mistake the founders ever made was including the press in the First Amendment. That's my position, so expecting better from them that's your problem there, Kiernoth. You shouldn't. Banker of Davos says, cheers for the sermon, thank you. Bullmoose says, run for federal office, you worthless, worthless, you northeastern faggot pussy. Nah, I don't think that's a good idea. I got no money and no connections. I don't think it's a good time to do that. Bond says, I have lost all respect for Shoe on Head. She be crazy for that Vosh PP. I guess it took you long enough. I don't know what took you. She's pretty much the only person I think I said this before, but it may have been her or somebody else. I know she was definitely, like, on the list of, like, people who I just couldn't do a video on. Like, I wanted to, but I just couldn't. Because at the time, it would have been suicidal. Like, I would have had half my channel shitting on me. So, I just decided that, like, I was like, nah, it's not worth it. Like, she's obviously wrong and obviously askew and all that. But, and I'm talking about a few years ago. But I just said to myself, like, I got nothing to gain. Like, there's no point. So I just let it be. There's a Beatles reference for you. Turtle says, bro, you got it in one. My lease expired in October. I'm 21 with only 1 year of oil and gas under my belt. I'm living with my parents again till I find out if Biden is lying or not. This year sucks. Yeah, sorry, man. I know that sucks. Like, I've had my parents basically in my parents' fashion, which is, hey, Louis, if you really have financial problems, we could rent out your house and you live here, or we'll sell your house and you live here, something like that. Like, that's the gist. You get rid of your house, you can get rid of the mortgage, and you live with us. And the problem with that is that they might try, like, they're dumb enough to think that I find that to be a sincere offer. And at my point in my life, one of the things that I negotiate is whether I basically take what my parents have to say and throw it right back in their face because I know it's insincere, or that I just let it go and just say, okay, thanks, something like that. because they've been saying that to me for months, that if, you should think about moving out and moving back in with us and selling your house and that sort of thing, like a variety of other things. But the fact is that if I do that, then they will forever, not just when I'm living with my parents again at the age of fucking 30, but they will always view me as a fucking loser. And they're what they will say about me and around me, and like if a friend's over, they will ridicule me to my fucking face. Like, I don't even know if they mean to do this, but they constantly like needle at me like that. When I give them an opportunity, if I give them an opening to where I look weak or I fail or anything like that, something like that, I fuck up my life, something goes on. Like this happened when I dropped out of UB. They both were vindictive fucking cunts. My mother and my father. Vindictive cunts when I dropped out of UB. And in the end, they helped me out, but they never let me fucking forget it. They never let me forget that. And it just randomly in conversations, it's 9 out of 10 times my mother, she will bring that up. She'll just bring it up. Bring it up. You remember when you fucked up and dropped out of UB? Remember when you fucked up? And it's stuff like that it's like there's no point to it. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't have any relation to what's being discussed. It's just like it literally is like of Junior Soprano in The Sopranos with Tony saying, well, he never had the makings of a varsity athlete. Like, it angers me when they do this, and they do it. They just do it. And I know that if I'm going down with the house. I'll go to bankruptcy. I'm not moving back in. I'm not coming back because you will forever regard me as a fucking loser if I do that. You will offer me the open hand, but you'll have a closed fist behind your back. That's how it is with my fucking parents. And that's unfortunately the way that it is with my family, is that is one of the dysfunctions we have. So yeah, I maybe Turtle, your parents are different, so you moved in with them, maybe they're okay with it. But I know that like every day, if I moved back in with my parents, every fucking day would be torture. Every fucking day. So that is just a non-option. So it looks like that is about it for the super chats, and we've been going for almost 5 hours. Anything else before we go? Anything else before I go out and at midnight get some food? I'm going to have to check to make sure some place is fucking open. I don't know how late some places are open. Okay, everyone in the chat is saying that everyone's parents do that. Everyone in the chat's like, yeah, my parents do that. I don't want Burger King. Burger King is closed, and I got violently sick over the summer, and it is because I ate Burger King. I do not plan on eating Burger King. It was the first time I had Burger King in like a fucking year, and it made me unbelievably sick. I had like legit food poisoning from Burger King. So, it'll be a while before I can eat anything from Burger King again. But and this is just how it is. I will never eat onion rings from Burger King for the rest of my life. I will never eat onion rings ever again from Burger King. I'm very certain that that's what it was. I got food poisoning from it. Like legit bona fide food poisoning. So, Burger King is run by a bunch of fucking leftists. And if you support them financially, you are supporting leftists donating to, suicide your kid by cutting off his dick funds and chemically castrate your kids funds. Like, that's who you're donating to if you buy, Burger King. Burger King is a partisan corporation. Unfortunately, ironically enough, Burger King actually owns Tim Hortons, and I spend a lot of money at Tim Hortons, so I am also contributing to the children's suicide funds. But unfortunately, it's like telling me to stop, hey, Louis, why don't you quit crack? It's like, yeah, I don't know if I can. So my hope is that Burger King, although for whatever reason, it's like this insane billion-dollar corporation. They're owned by like foods. It's called like food something, like some weird name, like food associates, some shit like that. And they also own Tim Hortons, which is a travesty. Yeah, I would say that Wendy's is probably objectively better than Burger King. I'm trying to think of like what Burger King would make that would be better than what you would get at Wendy's, and I can't think of anything. Like, I try not to eat freaking Wendy's too much because I don't know if I'm alone in this, but I find Wendy's to be really fatty. Like, really fatty food. I don't know what it is about Wendy's, man, but there was one summer I was working, and I kept going to Wendy's, and man, I gained 60 pounds, and I was like, holy shit. And that's what I cut out of my diet. I was exercising too, and I was like, what is going on? I'm gaining a ton of weight. And it was Wendy's. It was eating at Wendy's. So I stopped eating at Wendy's, and then I lost 60 pounds. And I was like, oh, it was all the fast food I was eating. And it wasn't even every day either. I wasn't eating there every day or anything. It was just a couple days or a few days a week I was eating at Wendy's, and I gained so much weight. So I think Wendy's is probably one of the best fast food chains, but I can't in good conscience tell you to eat there all the time, because when you do, my experience is, man, I blew up like a fucking balloon in hard weight. It was terrible. Yeah. It took me I don't even know, 3 months to lose that weight. It took me a month and a half to 2 months to gain 60 pounds, but it took me 3 months and a half, 4 months to lose that weight. I exercised a lot to lose it. You'll give me $300 about reviewing Burger King? What? Salty pieces. I'll donate $300 if... Well, I can't eat... I already said I will never eat their onion rings again. I caught fucking legit food sickness from that. I can't eat it again. You're gonna give me $300 to review fucking Burger King. What from Burger King do you want me to review? It's fucking insane. What do you mean? Salty P, you're gonna hack, I don't see you fucking donating shit in Super Chat. Meanwhile, you're yo, I'm gonna donate $300 if you review Burger King. Come on. Is that who's doing this fucking Burger King memeing in the chat? Don't go to Burger King in the ghetto. Burger King is Burger King. You don't have to be in the ghetto for it to be shit. Review the entire menu? Not onion rings, just the onion. That's his response. The onion. Not even the rings, just the onion. The onion itself, a Burger King onion. That's what I'm going to be reviewing. I'll have to call Burger King and be like, listen, I have somebody, like, I do some stuff online. I have somebody that's willing to pay me a decent amount of money to review one of your onions. Not specifically your onion rings, but literally just eat one of your onions and review it. I'm pretty sure they'll just hang up on me. Review Taco Bell? What am I, a food channel now? I'm like that guy that wears the suits, that like sort of like smaller dude that wears the suits with the slicked hair, whoever he is. I'm him now. I'm just a food review channel. What the fuck? Order raw onion at Burger King. Go to Burger King and just order raw onion. I probably wouldn't even get sick from it. It's whatever they're doing in the cooking. Oh, fuck that. I'm not reviewing one of their fucking real burgers or whatever they're called. Did you know that McDonald's is doing that too now? McDonald's is coming up with their own estrogen burger. Their own soy burger. Like, fucking Burger King lost money on that shit. And for whatever reason, McDonald's is doing the same. Just for the sake of virtue signaling, I guess. They would be better off doing a bug burger. You'd probably sell more. There's not even a Red Lobster near here. Yeah, it looks like, according to chat, Salty P is full of shit. Well, I'll tell you what. The last time I went to McDonald's, and it was later at night, they, I don't know, this was like a month ago. They wouldn't take a credit card, and I don't have any cash. Actually, no, I do actually have some cash on me, but I was going to save that cash. But, I'll tell you what. Since everyone's so obsessed with fucking I'm going to make sure that it's open. Let me make sure that Taco Bell is still open. Let me look it up. Because there's one, not super close to me, but it's not that far from me either. Let me see. Let me see if it's open right now. It might be 24/7. It's open until 2 a.m., so I still got time. And I think the McDonald's near me is 24/7. But everywhere else is fucking closed. Where is it? Where the fuck is the McDonald's? Oh, where is it? Here it is. Yeah, the other McDonald's is open 24/7. So I'm going to leave it to the chat. What fast food garbage should I get tonight? What kind of fast food garbage should I get tonight? Tell you what, I'll you put your money where your mouth is. If you super chat the most money, that's where I'm gonna go get my food. Your choices are between Taco Bell, and we have to speed this up because it's gonna close, and McDonald's. I'll put it up to you. Whoever super chats the most amount of money, you put your money where your mouth is. Where am I going? Taco Bell, or am I going to McDonald's? Jesus. A lot of people saying Taco Bell. There's no White Castle in my area. You can only buy White Castle at like supermarkets and shit. Burger King's closed. It's not an option. Review Taco Bell's bathrooms. If you came to me earlier in the year and told me to start doing reviews of Tim Hortons bathrooms all across New York State, I probably could have done that. That probably could have been like a series of 100 videos of me reviewing all the bathrooms and just reviewing whatever, the Tim Hortons in general, all across New York State. I could have done that because I have been to just about every single Tim Hortons in Western New York and including some parts of Pennsylvania. And I mean that. I've been to just about every single one. Bull Moose donated. Dude, there's no. I'm gonna fucking Google White Castle right now. There are no White Castles anywhere near me. You fucking bastard probably live on the White Coast, the West Coast. All you can do is buy their frozen burgers near me. I don't know of any White Castles anywhere. I mean, I don't even know any in New York. Where the fuck is there a White Castle in New York? Dude, there's one in like fucking, okay, yeah, there's one in fucking Nanut. In Nanut's, New York. It looks like. I think that's even New York. Is that New York? Yeah, it's New York. There's one in Nanut, New York, which is like 8 hours from me. More, maybe 9 hours. It's closer to fucking Connecticut than it is to me. And then there's one in Pennsylvania. There's one in Ledgewood, Pennsylvania, which is probably 11 hours from me. Dude, hold on. There's a White Castle in fucking Michigan that might be fucking closer. Let me find the closest White Castle. I'd have to drive through Canada, which I can't. I mean, I don't even have a passport, so I don't even think I can. It's 4 hours. I would have to drive through fucking... I'd have to drive 4 hours through Canada to, what is this? Detroit. I would have to drive to Detroit. That's the closest location for me. 4 hours away to go to a White Castle. I don't know of any White Castles in New York State. The only one I found on Google was all the way downstate in some town I've never fucking heard of. So, thanks for the $10, but it's invalidated. Louis, Sargon, and Dev go to Tim Hortons? Sure. I mean, that's pretty much my everyday anyways. We have to go to one of the nice ones where it's not shit seating. I have a Tim Hortons that's like a minute away from where I live, and I go there practically every day. And the seating in the place, you can't really sit down because of COVID, but the seating there is shit. It's just basically your typical like patio furniture sort of seating. There's some Tim Hortons in this area where it's like a fucking luxury restaurant where it's like all these seats, like all like actual furnished seats. I've been to Tim Hortons where there's fucking tablecloths on the table, okay? Tablecloths on the table. And there's like an area where you can sip coffee and watch TV, like a lounge. Man. They are not built in the same way that other fast food or whatever places are. Go to one of the ones in Canada. I don't even know if I can cross the border. I don't have a passport. I have an extended license or whatever it's called. But I don't have a passport. So I don't think you can cross the border anymore without a passport. So is no one going to offer up any money? No one cares? No one fucking cares? It's just going to be Bull Moose giving me $10 to drive 4 hours to fucking Detroit to get some shitty burgers at White Castle. I've had White Castle, by the way, when I was out of state. It's not that good. Yeah, in my area, people are talking about Tim Hortons. The Tim Hortons in my area, man, it is all over the place. It basically runs the gamut of the one in my immediate area where there's a ton of people working there, but it is it's decently fast. The people there are okay. They'll fuck up your order every now and then, but the seating arrangement is shit. It is just not good. It is just crappy patio furniture that you sit on. And then I think there is one that is about 30 minutes from me that's near Lockport, where there's like two about like 5 minutes away from each other. And one of them is just like that. It's basically inside, and this is in Lockport. It's basically within a gas station. There's a lot in rural parts of New York State that are Tim Hortons inside of gas stations or convenience stores, whatever. And then there's one like 5 or so minutes away, and that one is one of the ones where it's like, it's not always in good shape. Sometimes it's kind of messy after they've had like a rush. But it has a lounge. It has good seating. There's plenty of people. You're spaced out. It's nicer. And then there's one, I think in not Orchard Park, although there is one in Orchard Park that I've been to that's nice. There's 2 or 3 in Williamsville. Where is it? Maybe Hamburg. Maybe I'm thinking of Hamburg. There's another Tim Hortons around me where it's in a richer area. And it is just out and out. Like, again, tablecloths, like, sit-down restaurant atmosphere. Like, it is really nice. And I've been to it, and I, like, walked in. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, wow, this place is really nice. I even went up to the cashier, or to place my order, and I was only there for, like, I was working. So I was like, yeah, I'm just, like, a medium coffee and like a donut. And I like looked around. I was like, man, this place is really nice. And they're like, yeah, it's pretty nice. I like working here. I was like, oh yeah. And they're like, yeah, get some bad stuff with customers, but it's really a nice place to work. And I said, yeah, it looks like it. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, somebody said in the chat. I'll read your super chat in a second. Somebody, where was it? Louis rates strip clubs. So I know somebody, or I knew somebody who I worked with. It was a coworker. It was my supervisor and the store manager of the place that I worked. They had been to every single strip club in this area, immediately in Canada. They have been to every strip club in this portion of like northern western New York, okay? And I listened to like 8 or 9 horror stories about how fucking disgusting they were. And I'll tell you this, I have never been to a strip club, and I have no intentions to ever go to one that isn't like one that I can't afford. All right? You go to some insane high-class strip club where everyone on stage is like a 17-year-old virgin and whatever, like maybe then, and you tip them $20 instead of ones, maybe, but I ain't going to none of these fucking strip clubs that are anywhere near me, because I've listened to somebody talk to going to every single one of them and how fucking disgusting they are. So no way, no fucking way. I will never do it. I had somebody invite me to one for a bachelor party. It's one of the only, I've been to like, I don't know, 3 bachelor parties ever, or invited to one rather, and I was invited to one where he was going to have his bachelor's party at a strip club, and I asked somebody that knew about the place. I was like, I've heard about every strip club in this area being disgusting. What do you know about this place? And they're like, oh, I've been there for a bachelor's party. It's disgusting, and all the girls there are revolting. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not fucking going. I'm not fucking going there. I don't want to have a broken woman giving me a fucking lap dance, or, some woman that just had a C-section dancing on the stage. No fucking thank you. Never. Anyways, I had a bunch of super chats. Bull Moose said White Castle. Cal gave me $3 and said Burger King, Burger King, Burger King. There's no 24/7 Burger Kings around here. Sam Petrie said for $5.38, buy yourself a nice pizza at 7-Eleven. Ew. Ew. I don't even know if they would still have pizza at 7-Eleven at this hour. There is a 24/7 7-Eleven near me, but I'm someone from Western New York, dude. I would never have pizza there ever. I have seen someone buy pizza from there, and I'm looking at them like, you're kind of some kind of space alien. There's 10 million pizza places around here, and you're buying shit pizza from 7-Eleven. It's so bizarre. Basketball American donated $5 and said, how much to review Space Movie 1992? I don't know that reference. Space Movie? Space Movie. Oh, nah. Nah, I've heard of this. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't feel like having my channel banned. So, thanks for the donation, but nah, not gonna happen. It's not worth my channel, and that's what it'll cost me. $100 from TJ, who says, buy yourself McDee's, save the drive for mortgage too. Well, thank you for that, TJ. Every bit helps, I suppose, for that. It's a big donation, and I appreciate it. So, I guess on behalf, unless somebody, I'll tempt it. Unless somebody is going to outbid TJ here, I guess that I'm going to get McDonald's. I was kind of honestly leaning Taco Bell, because I had Taco Bell, I think, like, last week? Or maybe the week before I had it. I try not to get too much fast food as much as I can. But, yeah, I will, we're over 5 hours now, and I got to stop because I'm dying. I will pressure you, though. I will subtly say, well, can anyone outbid TJ here? He's bid $100 for me getting McDonald's. Can anyone outbid him? See, this is smart marketing. This is what smart people do. Lol, Louis going to Taco Bell anyway. No, I'll follow through. I'll follow through with TJ. I won't have him give me $100 and not do what he asked. I put it out there and I'll do it. I'm a man of my word. I should check Twitter really quick to see if anyone's posted anything there, because once in a while somebody will post something and I'll miss it. Oh, it doesn't look like it. No. No, that's about it. What's going on here? Oh, yeah. So here's me, I said it. I said it just when we started the stream that, like, it's a mistake to just go after Pennsylvania. It's a mistake. I'm gonna have to fucking link this now. Great. But, yep. They should be going after Wisconsin and all these other states. There's clearly some fucking nonsense going on in every single one. So, yep. I had somebody tweet that at me. And that was from earlier today. Oh, here's another one that just got tweeted out. Let me put this one on screen. Actually, I don't have my headset on. Hopefully there's no audio playing. So that's why you should wear a headset, in case something starts playing in the background, you can hear it. Well, it looks like TJ's ruling is going to stand voice crack. Let me, I don't know if I should risk playing Supertramp. That might be a bad idea, because I'm not going to get any money from this just because it's YouTube. But I don't really want to risk getting a copyright strike, because I'm sure YouTube's chomping at the bit. Yeah, I'll put it on Twitter, but I shouldn't play it. I was going to play us out with Goodbye Stranger. I'll just, I'll play a little bit.
It was an early morning yesterday. I was up before the dawn, and I really have enjoyed my stay, but I must be moving on. Like a king without a castle, like a queen without a throne, I'm an early morning lover, and I must be moving on. Now I believe in what you say is the undisputed truth, but I have to have things my own way to keep me in my youth. Like a ship without an anchor, like a slave without a chain, just a thought of those sweet ladies.
Something.
Now we go on shining, shining like brand new. I'll never look behind me, my troubles will be few.
Should get up the lyrics and sing along.
Goodbye, stranger, it's been nice. Hope you find your paradise. Glad to see you. Going off here.
That's a high octave.
Hope your dreams will all come true. Goodbye, Mary. Goodbye, Jane. Will we ever meet again? Feel no sorrow, feel no shame. Come tomorrow, feel no pain. Sweet devotion, it's not for me. Just give me motion, set me free. The land and the ocean, far away. The life I've chosen.
My channel's gone. It's the octave's too high.
Goodbye, Jane. Will we ever
I'll stop it soon though. I like this part of the song. This is what I like. I like Supertramp.
Some they do and some they don't.
Or let me find that and I'll sing that part. Forget it, I won't. It doesn't matter if you sing. It won't throw off the algorithm. So yeah, I posted that on Twitter, and I mean it. I want people to listen to that song and think about it. Evildoer said on Twitter, I had this album on vinyl when I was a kid. Thanks for the feels. Oh, you're welcome. I don't own any vinyl. I think I actually might own 2 albums for 2 games where it came with the collector's edition. But a lot of good that did me. And by the way, here's a hint. Don't ever buy collector's editions for anything. I learned that the hard way. Except for maybe albums. Like, if you buy albums, maybe then buy the collector's editions for the albums themselves. Because you can get all kinds of extra tracks, which are great. I don't own a hard copy, but I did find it was posted to Twitter on YouTube, an acoustic version of it's a Beatles song. I'll see if I can find it. And I don't know if this will get me copyright hit because I've played it on my channel before and it never did. Oh God, what's the song? Ah, here it is. I have it in my saves. It's a demo version, so like one of the takes of Yes It Is by the Beatles, where it's an acoustic version where I believe it is Paul McCartney just strumming and singing by himself, and that's it. Let me see if this is it. No, it's not. That is the actual version of Yes It Is, and that will definitely get me hits. Where is it? Is it on here? I had it. Yep, this is it. Everyone's kind of like doing their own thing, and it's Paul McCartney just like basically trying to formulate the song. It's take one of Yes It Is. Is it actually John Lennon? I thought it was Paul McCartney. Are you sure about that? I could have swore it was Paul McCartney. But yeah, that has to be one of my favorite recordings of the Beatles. Is basically a demo version, like an outtake, a take one of Yes It Is. Because I really like Yes It Is as a song, but I really, really like this version. And the same goes for some of my favorite Van Halen songs. Are all from the demo. Like, they did a demo for the guy from Kiss. I forget his name, but the leader of Kiss. They did a demo reel for him. And it's like basically a really rough version of all the songs that went on to be hits. And they are fucking great. They are fucking great on the demo. And I'm trying to remember what it is. They had like an up-tempo version of one of the songs. Let me find it. I'm going to find that. Van Halen demo. Let me find it. Yes, it's called Zero. The album's called Zero. Let me see. I don't want to play the whole thing, obviously. It says it's 76. It doesn't. I'm afraid to click on these because I actually don't know what the videos are. Because one of them's like an hour. It's not. It's no way that's an hour-long fucking demo. I own the album. It's not an hour long. So let me click on this. See what this is. I gotta be careful. Okay. See if they have an album list or a track list. Okay, On Fire. I'm trying to remember which song it is. I think it's Somebody Get Me a Doctor. I think that's it. Or the demo of it. Let me skip ahead a little bit. Yes, it is. The demo version of, which is from 1976, it's called the Zero demo reel for Gene Simmons, where it was basically like Van Halen trying out. Their version, like the demo version of a lot of these songs are a little bit different from the actual ones that went on to be hits. I want to say it was Somebody Get Me a Doctor. I want to listen back to all these, but Somebody Get Me a Doctor, I believe it is, on this album is better than what became the hit. Because it basically all of a sudden goes up-tempo in the song, and it is fucking great. It might be House of Pain. Let me see real quick. I think House of Pain's another one where I actually prefer the demo version of House of Pain to... And I also believe Running with the Devil is also different than what the final version became. I don't remember if I like that one better or not. But I do remember that Somebody Get Me a Doctor, I believe, is one, and House of Pain is another one, where I preferred the demo to that of what came out on the actual album. If everyone in the chat is saying F... Well, I'll tell you what. I don't like. I've done this before and nothing's happened. I don't think anything will really happen. I am playing with fire. Playing the Beatles is definitely the playing with fire. Van Halen as well, especially now that the one of the members died. I believe it was Eddie Van Halen died. Anyways, I should stop because it's getting on to 1. So I'm gonna go out and get some Mickey D's and maybe I'll watch a movie. I don't know. I'll think about what I should watch for a movie. But thanks for the super chats, everybody. Let me just double check that I didn't miss any. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. I don't know how long of you, how many of you have been listening for how long it's gone, because it's gone 5 hours. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. And I'm gonna go get myself some McDonald's. And excuse me. Maybe, like, watch a movie or something before I go to sleep at, like, 4 in the morning. All right, thanks, everybody, and thanks to TJ. I'm going to use that $100 for the Mickey D's. Thank you. All right. Watch Air Force One. I don't know, man. That's pushing it. I'll think about what I'm going to watch. If you have a suggestion for what I should watch, I'll end it with this. Send me a suggestion on Twitter of what I should watch. What do you think I should watch? Send me